975thefanatic.com.
Happy Thursday morning, Delaware Valley and beyond. Thanks for joining us. We really appreciate it. Hope you're having a good day so far. If you're just laying in bed getting ready to get it started, it's going to be a good one. I think the rain's going to end today. We got weekends right around the corner. Thursday, my favorite day of the week. Getting ready for the weekend. So hope you're having a great one. We appreciate you being here. Bob Cooney here sitting in for John Kincade, along with Pat Egan.
Hello.
Brendan Gunn behind the glass. Brendan, it's a special day today.
It's a big day.
Thursday. Guys. It's Thursday.
Just Thursday.
It's the anticipation of the weekend, which I love. We have game
Got a
time
good
at
game time for the day as well.
We have Kate Scott coming on with us at 9 o'clock today.
That's about it.
I don't think I told you that, Brendan, but guess what? Kate Scott's coming on at 9 o'clock today.
All right, that covers it.
No, it does not.
That's
it
it.
doesn't even begin to cover what March 7th means to us.
It's Brian Krantz's birthday. Happy birthday, Walter White.
It's there's certain days of the year that, Christmas you look forward to. The anticipation factor is it just builds during the week. Well, that happened this week, all leading up to today, because it is the 35th birthday of our beloved Patrick Egan. Pat, happy birthday, buddy.
Thanks, Bobby.
You're welcome.
They
How you
grow
feeling
up so
today?
fast.
Don't they, though?
I feel 32. Feel 32 years old, maybe 31, but
So you played your last hockey game last night as a 34-year-old.
I did, yeah.
How'd you play?
I played horribly. I mean, they dragged my body around that ice, but we pulled out a victory. So.
Well, I hear 35 is like when you hit your prime.
Yeah,
in men's beer hockey league.
I'm gonna really start to hit my stride. So I got another one tonight. Don't know if I'm making it, but yeah.
All right, so we got the decorations up for you today, and everybody's all happy. Everybody can't wait
I don't know where you found some of these pictures
to celebrate. We do.
Crazy,
There's some
man.
behind-the-scenes things that go on that you have no idea about, Pat. But
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
we all love you. You're the best.
Thank you.
Happy birthday. Hope you like the card I got you.
Yeah, so Bob gets me a card. Very nice of him. And I open it up. It says, "Grandson, on your birthday." And then he said in the card, he put, "Love, Pop Up."
Bob.
For people that don't know, that's my nickname for Bobby. Pop Up.
Yeah.
Actually, I tweeted at somebody yesterday about that's just Pop Up being Pop Up.
Doing his thing.
Yep.
Yeah, so 610-632-0975. If you want to call in and wish Pat a happy birthday, you're
It's
more
not
than
necessary.
welcome.
I didn't do anything that you guys haven't done. I found the egg.
But
That's
so
all.
we're going to have a fun time today with Pat's birthday. A lot of stuff going on in the sports world, as we all know. Now, yesterday, it's funny. You get ready for the Sixers game, right? And it's not a great sports night. There's not a whole bunch going on. I got to tell you, last night I go to sit down and watch the game, and I'm like, I am not into this at all. Not that I get super pumped for 82 basketball games a year, but, you look forward to watching it. Didn't feel it last night. Why? No Tyrese Maxey, no Joel Embiid, no DeAnthony Melton, who we get word is going to be reevaluated for his back in 2 to 3 weeks. So he's going to be out for a while. This isn't good for you're looking to bring Embiid back and all that.
Yeah, is it broken? What the hell's wrong with it?
I don't. Some
2 to 3 weeks?
spine, something. I forget how they label it. I'll look it up later. Exactly what they say.
I feel like this team is that scene from Dumb and Dumber. Like our pets' heads are falling off. Like it's just everything that can go wrong right now. You have winnable games, and you end up not only blowing those games and having bad losses, but you're without Tyrese Maxey because of a concussion. It's just I feel like this season it can be capped off as like injuries are happening at the absolute worst time.
Yeah, it's and like I said, last night we get word also, and we should have known this yesterday. I don't know why I didn't. Kyle Lowry out last night because of rest. The 37-year-old doesn't go back-to-back. I said Nick Batum might not play last night because of back-to-backs. I should have known that Kyle Lowry going 34-plus minutes in his last 3 games was going to be sidelined. So the Sixers fall to the Memphis Grizzlies, 115-109. Pat, they got outscored 34-16 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, that's a disheartening thing is you look at the roster that they throw out there to start the game, and my initial thought was, all right, they're not winning this game. And then they're winning it for 3 quarters.
Up by, I think they got up by as much as like 13, 14 points.
I was like, all right, let's have ourselves a day.
Yeah.
and then they blow it. And it's the same story of the game the other night. It's like against the Nets, they're blowing fourth quarter leads, and I'm not happy if you lose the game one way or the other, but at least just like lose it outright. Don't make me think that you're going to pull out a good team victory, and then you blow it. That's my frustration.
Well, and the frustration thing also is what you brought up earlier. I think it was last week, just in that, there's some games that you kind of like teeter on. You got to win those games.
Yeah.
You got to stay out of this play-in tournament. Well, now the Sixers find themselves in 7th place in the Eastern Conference by themselves. A half a game behind the Miami Heat, 1 full game behind the New York Knicks, 1.5 games behind the Magic, who pulled out a win last night. So the Sixers didn't get any help there. And the Sixers only a half a game ahead of the Indiana Pacers for the 8th spot. So they're going to be there. They're going to be in the play-in
It's just a
tournament.
reality at this point.
It seems like that's what it is. They don't get anything from Tobias Harris last night. And there was times during that game, if you look at the overview, if you look at the overview of it, you'll look at a box score and go, oh, my God, that's not good. He had a night where he went 3 for 12 from the floor, 8 points in 34 minutes. But the bigger part of it, Pat, was I'm watching the game last night, and my wife came running out of the room like, who are you talking to? There was times he caught open jump shot passes and passed them up more than once. And then dribble drive, open, and stops in the lane and puts his back to the basket looking to pass out. 8 points is bad enough, but he wasn't looking to be a scorer last night. And that really bothers me.
He's not – he doesn't have it in him. He's not built like that.
Which is weird because the last 3 games he has had it in him a little bit, right?
A little bit. I mean, I'm not going to praise 17, 18 points or whatever, which is what he had against the Nets. I mean, it was an okay game. Like, it's fine. Yeah, 9 rebounds. That was good. That's what I expect him to have when you have a healthy Joel Embiid and you have a healthy Tyrese Maxey. But as I've said a lot since these injuries have piled up, like, he needs to step up, not only because of his paycheck, but because he somehow always finds a way to be the 3rd and 4th option on this team. And I joked about it last week, but you could literally have everybody out and you could have 1 on 5 and Toby would be the 1. He'd find a way to be the 4th option.
Yeah.
And he's just not built like that. Like, I haven't seen a guy this disinterested in taking over since Glenn Robinson was on this team.
Yeah, it was weird last night because it's what I was looking for after saying it on the air yesterday, that he needs to just grab a game by the throat at times. And last night seemed to be a time. You're down Kyle Lowry. Now, maybe that factors into it. Maybe the fact that Kyle Lowry wasn't in the lineup, that affects Tobias Harris in a way that we don't know. But
maybe
I'm telling you, I saw open shots that he passed up last night.
Yeah, like, I feel like we constantly are looking for excuses on why he's not performing. Maybe he's just not as good as we were led to believe for the last, 5 years?
Yeah.
We had a caller last week. It was a great point. Show me the Tobias Harris highlight tape in the last 5 years. What is it?
Yeah.
It's like when you have aggressive Tobias Harris, you have good Tobias Harris. You don't see that guy very often. I feel like we're right back to where, we were with Ben Simmons in a lot of ways, where you were screaming at him to just run downhill, be aggressive, take the game over. Doesn't do it. He'll have like 1 or 2 good games a month, and it's like, oh, there it is. I know it's in you. Doesn't happen. It's just, I'm getting the point. I can't wait for this guy to not be on the team. I can't wait for him to just contract over,
Move on,
and he's somebody else's problem. He's somebody else's mistake, because that's what this guy has been. He's been a mistake.
Yeah, I really wish I could have seen him try to take over last night in a game where you're missing so many guys. Jeff Doughton Jr., probably out of Rhode Island, Pat. A bright spot last night where he goes for 10 points. He was a plus 17 off the bench, 6 assists. Kelly Oubre scored you 25 points. So all that goes on last night. Sixers didn't shoot well, 38% from the floor. They'll get back at it tomorrow night against the New Orleans Pelicans. Here tomorrow, I guess Kyle Lowry will probably be back, and you'll have a healthier lineup, but I don't know where it's going now. With the Eagles, big news yesterday, the release of Avonte Maddox. First reaction when you heard that, Pat?
Disappointment, but hope, because the report that I saw was they're not ruling out a reunion.
Right.
I think Avonte Maddox is a really, really, really good slot corner. Unfortunately for him, he's not been healthy the last 2 years.
He's missed 35 of a possible 99 games.
It's unfortunate because the best ability is availability, and he just hasn't been that, especially the last few years. It's been really, really rough for him. But when he does play, he plays a position that is really tough to find, and he plays it well. So I was disappointed, but I also understood the move.
Yeah, he would have counted $9.7 million against the cap. By getting rid of him, you save about $2 million. As you said, he could return at a lower rate.
Yeah.
We'll see how that all plays out. Maybe they're looking to go in different directions. A lot of guys getting released throughout the league. Buffalo, very active yesterday. You see corners. You see safeties being released. Maybe the Eagles have an eye on some free agency. We'll see how that plays out. That's coming up next week. Your Flyers yesterday. Sellers, Pat. Sell. You all right with it? Sean Walker goes to the Colorado Avalanche and a fifth-round draft pick for a conditional first-rounder, Ryan Johansson, who they waived.
Love it.
Yeah, good.
Love it. I mean, Danny Briere set himself up to have 2 first-round picks in back-to-back years and was able to flip Ivan Provorov for
Oh, my gosh. I have that in my phone. We'll go over what the haul they got for Ivan Provorov.
This is what you want. If you're a Flyers fan, this is what you want. You've seen growth from this team all season long. You've seen them play hard, play physical. You've seen some of the younger guys emerge under John Tortorella. And you're also staying the course. And I didn't expect them to buy at the deadline pretty much anything. But the question was, all right, are they going to just stand pat or are they going to sell? And they took advantage of a market that has Sean Walker as a first-round pick. I think he's overvalued. I think he's good, but that's, Colorado's a desperate team at this point, and they made another trade for Casey Middlestad, and they're trying to load up to get another cup. So I love the move because it just sets you up for a lot of versatility where you could at the draft go out there and get a player. You could with one of those first-round picks, you could obviously use it to draft a player, or you could set yourself up where you trade back, you get assets. Like it's Hinkie-ish in a lot of ways because they're just setting themselves up with a lot of assets.
Yeah, a friend texted me yesterday, and I said, oh, that's not bad, getting a first for Sean Walker. And he's like, well, it's Colorado. They're really good, so it's really more like a second-rounder. And I was like, okay.
No, doesn't matter.
Walker's having a good season, probably his best, reading the story today, maybe his best season he's had. But he's 30 years old, 29 years old.
It can be a late first-round pick, and it will be. I mean, Colorado is really good. But because of the assets you have and because of maybe some other moves that they might make, you could easily turn that first-round pick. And by the way, if they sell next year, it's another thing too. You could turn that first-round pick into something else. Like you could turn that into moving from let's say pick 29 to pick 21 and getting a player. You're giving yourselves options, which is the key. And I love it. I'm not gonna downplay getting a first-round pick for Sean Walker.
Yeah, I didn't go to the love. I didn't go that far. You have a lot of love in your heart, probably more than me. I liked it. Yeah. I liked it a lot.
People are saying it.
Phillies today, Aaron Nola takes the mound, so we'll take a look at him. He had a rough outing last start that he had, but it's all just getting the work in. So we'll keep an eye on all day to see if any Phillies movement comes about. Blake Snell and Jordan Montgomery. 6 o'clock hour, it's brought to you by Bradford White Water Heaters. Bradford White is here for the pro. When we come back on the John Kincade Show, I have a question about these Philadelphia 76ers. When your best man is out, Joel Embiid, if you're Milwaukee, a Giannis, if you're Boston, a Jason Tatum, but when your best man is out, what are you looking for? You're looking to find something good out about your team. Have the Sixers found anything? Let's talk about that when we get back here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
A collapse by the Sixers. I'm Brendan Gunn, and this update is brought to you by the BetParks app. When you open up the BetParks app, you're in the zone. It's another chance to win with all-day action. Plus, new users win your first $10 bet and get $125 in sports bonus bets. You play for fun, you love to win, you bet, BetParks. Must be in PA or New Jersey. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. After 3 quarters, the Sixers were leading the Memphis Grizzlies by 12. Then came the fourth quarter where the team was outscored 34-16. The team battled without Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey, and Kyle Lowry, but ultimately lost 115-109. Kelly Oubre led the Sixers with 25 points. The Eagles made
more. So much easier to be nice than to be a part of all the things that are going on here. But we wish you a safe and happy Thursday on this Pat Egan 35th birthday. We're so proud of you, Pat.
All right, relax.
Now we're just going
We said it once. We don't need to say it every time.
I think we might have to come back with it pretty much every break.
Don't think so.
All right, a couple of updates on stuff that we had. We found out yesterday that we have a listener to this morning show that we probably didn't know that we had. Buster Olney is tuned into this show every day. Didn't know that. Guy's got a lot going on covering baseball. You know, he's a national treasure when it comes to baseball. Well, it turns out from 6 to 10 a.m., he is tuned into this show every day. How do we know that? Brendan's looking at me like I'm crazy. This is how we know it, B. We had our friend Jen Fred in the other day from Fox 29. She took me out in the hallway, was interviewing me during one of our breaks, and she said, "Who's going to the World Series this year?" And I said, "The Phillies. The Phillies are going to play the Yankees in the World Series. That's what it is." And she's like, "Really? You really think that?" I said, "Yeah, absolutely." She said, "All right, we're going to save this. We'll play it in September, October, you know, to show how good you are." And I said, "Well, you might want to race before that." But sure enough, listening to and watching Fox 29 was Buster Olney, because yesterday with Andrew, as you played in the update, Pat, he's got the Phillies going to the World Series.
I saw that. I saw that tweet go out there. I think I quote tweeted it was something like "from Buster's thumbs to God's timeline," because I would really appreciate that. He doesn't just have him going to the World Series; he has him winning the World Series.
Yeah,
like this is where we're at now, where you've got national. And look, it means nothing because it's March, but you have guys that have spent
it means a lot.
Well, it means that we're not ridiculous for saying that this team is as good as we think they are. It's one thing when you say your baby's cute. When you have other people saying it means more because they're looking at it with a, you know, not a biased opinion, not a biased eye. So, for Buster, who is not biased and covers the league and all that, for him to go, no, this Phillies team's legit. They're so legit. I think they're going to win the World Series. Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah,
it can only get better if they add a Snell or Montgomery. Their chances, you figure. I still don't think that's going to happen. I'm kind of out on it, but to give myself a backdoor, I mean, every day that goes by and these guys remain unsigned, and, you know, Bryce Harper saying what he does, okay. You know, that's...
I'm glad you're giving yourself a backdoor. Good for you.
Got to give yourself a backdoor.
Uh-huh. Must be nice. I got to tell you, it's been floating in my head, and I forgot to bring it up or look it up and educate myself. But the other day I was driving home, I think it was Monday, and I was like, why haven't I heard Taijuan Walker's name at all? And I was like, I got to look this up when I get home if I missed something, because you guys know I glance at the box score every day just to see if there's anything worth it. I'm like, I don't think I've seen his name at all. And then I saw today that he hasn't gone any at all because he's got a bad knee. All the more reason. Blake Snell, Jordan Montgomery, one of them has to come in. All the more reason, Pat. Why not?
I'm not saying I don't want it, because I do. I don't think that they're at a point where they're going to do it right now, because I don't think the price has dropped.
Probably not enough yet.
I think,
yeah.
You know, Boris, and I alluded to it yesterday, but Boris might be the most prideful guy in baseball. And the fact that his two clients, who are studs, remain unsigned, his heels are dug in.
One of these two guys has to let him go, right? I mean, at this time, he's leading him down a path that there's no return. I mean, they're not going to get what he's asking for at this point. They're not going to get the years or the money.
Yeah, I'm probably hiring Casey Close at this point, because I'd be pissed.
No, but you don't fire Scott Boras. This has to have something to do with the. Huh?
No, he's botched this.
You think?
Yeah, he's completely botched this, and it happens to every agent. You know, he overplayed his hand, but unfortunately, he overplayed his hand with two guys. I don't know if he gets fired, but the common denominator in both these situations is the agent, and I think at this point he's probably telling both his guys, look, some arm goes down every year with Tommy John surgery, and then one of the teams can swoop in. The Orioles might be one of those teams, because Kyle Bradish, who is a stud for them, is dealing with elbow issues, and he threw the other day and he seemed fine, but that's on a payroll that is huge. They could easily afford a Snell or Montgomery. They went out and traded for Corbin Burns, but for the most part, most of their players are on, their first contracts, the pre-arbitration stuff. So, like, they're not getting paid a lot. And that's a team that could get in the mix. But I think teams right now are just so hesitant to go for a Snell because you don't know what you're getting. He has been up or down in his career at times. And he was pitching to Petco. And you got to give out a lot to get him. You got to give up, the picks and the international bonus money and stuff. And a small market team like Baltimore is hesitant to do that because that's kind of where they try to build their team from. They try to build a team from the draft and from the international, market. So I don't know if he's an option for them. Montgomery's interesting, but Montgomery wants a long-term deal.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know why teams aren't willing to give it to him, and I'm assuming it's probably the price along with the years. But, B. Gunn, I'd assume that one of these two guys got to take a hard look and go, like, do I want to still be represented by this guy?
Yeah, because it feels like they're being negotiated against each other at this point, right? It's either Montgomery or Snell for either team. One of those teams that is going to have a pitcher go down is going to pick one of those guys. The other one's still going to be left on the open market. So if I'm that other guy, I'm like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah, if I'm that other guy, I'm looking at my agent going, yeah, he's good and all, but, like, dude, what the hell?
Exactly.
Why'd you negotiate for him?
Not me.
Yeah.
Hey, don't worry. I'll get you a contract. You just want to Cy Young. Just wait here. Hey, don't worry. You just won a World Series.
Yeah.
I'll get you a contract. Wait here. And they're both sitting there right now. So
That's
who
St.
knows?
Patty's Day.
Yeah.
Look, and if Scott Boras loses one of these two guys, he's all right.
Oh, yeah.
He's
I
not
don't
sweating
think
it
he's
out, you know what I
sweating-
mean?
no,
He's
not
fine.
even a little bit.
He's good.
Yeah.
He made a lot of money this offseason.
They might be calling him and saying, hey, did you forget about me? Oh, no. I'll get to you.
Yeah.
I'll get to you. Don't worry about
I'll
that.
call you back.
Yeah, some people know how that feels.
I got a team on
Anyway.
the line right now.
Anyway, when Joel Embiid got hurt, we found out he was going to be out for a long time with the hope of him coming back. One of my first thoughts was, okay, what do you learn about a team when your star player is out? So you can look at individuals. You got a brand new head coach in Nick Nurse. Is Daryl Morey going to do something? All of these things you put out there. So we've had a chance since late January to observe this 76ers team without the best player on their team, without one of the best players in the league. There's been multiple other injuries that have affected this team. The Anthony Melton injury with the back has just been perplexing. Nick Batum, I guess you can't really rely on a 35-year-old to be there every night. He hasn't been. You bring in a Kyle Lowry off of the market, and he can't go every night, especially at the 30-plus minutes that you've been asking him to play. But I'm going to put this out to both of you guys. Positive, negatives. What have you found out about this Sixers team? What has kind of stuck out to you about this Sixers team while Joel Embiid has been out? Because I'll give you mine. I'm looking for an individual, should he come back this year, that, okay, this is a guy that I've defined his position even when Joel Embiid comes back. And to me, it's Kelly Oubre being that kind of dynamic scorer off the bench. I look at bench people in the NBA as being like firecrackers. Boom, here he comes, and oh, my God, look at that. I think Kelly Oubre is that for 25 minutes off the bench a night when you have a full roster with these 76ers. Pat, you have anything good, bad that you've kind of discovered, learned about this Sixers team since Joel Embiid has been out with the knee injury?
I don't know if I've discovered it necessarily, and it's not really a great thing. I don't know if this team brings back Paul Reed if they get bounced in the first round, and that's this clause in his contract
Right.
where they have an out, and I don't think they ever expected to be in a position to be able to use that out. But I don't think they bring him back. I haven't seen enough of him. Like, he's gotten run this year.
Yeah.
A lot of time. And you've seen some good and you've seen some flashes. But have you seen enough to justify the pay and go, all right, we can't go without Paul Reed? And I'm a big proponent in, like, you got to start developing some of these younger guys.
You are that. I love that about you.
Yeah,
you
you-
are steadfast on
You
that.
have to. But I feel like they've given Paul Reed a lot of opportunities. And you have seen some good. The other night, he was great.
Last
And
night went
he
for
was good.
17 and 11.
Last night early
fouled
on,
out.
he was great. But for the most part, it's too inconsistent. And it's followed up that good performance will be followed up by a game where, like, he scores 4 points and 4 fouls and, 6 rebounds. And you're just like, all right.
You're calling on Mo Bamba off the bench.
Yeah, I think that they'd probably look to opt out of it.
It's a shame a little bit in this sense. Joel Embiid played, 30 games, say, this year? So Paul Reed has only had that much time to be what they envision him being, and that's a backup center. To play 12 or 15 minutes of energy when he's replacing Joel Embiid, and that's all it would be a night, is 12 to 15 minutes. So he only had that much game time to prove what he was there, and then boom, Embiid's out.
Yeah.
And now you're making maybe a third-string center. You can argue that he's that, into a guy that has to play 25, 30 minutes a night and try to defend against centers in the league. So that you make a good point. Does he deserve to be a backup to Joel Embiid? Can you do better there? He probably hasn't proven that he's that guy without a doubt.
Look, he's that guy when he's on a rookie contract. Like, he's that guy when he's not getting paid a lot of money. He's getting $7 million this year. He's not worth $7 million. And the next year it's $7 million. And the next year it's $8 million. So it's nothing against him, but there is hey, is this guy worth that price tag? The answer is no. If Tobias Harris wasn't a max player, if Tobias Harris was getting D'Anthony Melton money, my ire of Tobias Harris probably wouldn't be as high as it is.
Right.
But he is getting that. And if Paul Reed was just a young player on a rookie contract and you go, okay, he's a cheap option center, use that savings, you use it elsewhere, fine. Now he's not. So I hate to rip it because he did have a good game.
You're not ripping.
Ripping him,
just...
but it's he's been too inconsistent, and I felt like this was the make or break year for him of you're going to get run. You have a new coach. You have a coach that likes to develop people, by the way, and you're going to get plenty of opportunity. You are the backup center. They didn't go out and they didn't get a vet. You're it, dude. And I just feel like it's been way too, good night, bad night, and it's at the point where they're probably looking at, all right, maybe the blessing in disguise is if we do get bounced at the first round, we're not paying this guy $15 million over the next 2 years.
Right, yeah.
Because there's a chance that contract becomes Korkmaz, where we're sitting there going, oh, my God, I can't wait to get out of it.
And he's demanding trades.
I don't mean it because he's more serviceable than Furkan Korkmaz.
Sure.
But when Furkan Korkmaz signed that contract, it was like, all right, well earned, $5 million, okay, no problem there. And then it was like, oh, geez, that's gross. Quick, when can we get out of this? So I don't want to be in a situation with Paul Reed where I'm going, we're paying this dude $15 million over the next 2 years to do what?
Yeah.
Because at that point, they probably have gone out and gotten an actual backup big that they're probably paying, $2-3 million for, because it's just a veteran backup big and not a young guy like him. I don't want to be in that situation.
They neglected that part. What about you, B? Is there anything on this Sixers team that has really stuck out to you since Joel Embiid went out with the knee surgery?
Since he's been out, I've looked at all these guys as glorified role players, is what I came to expect. I thought Batum was a great addition to the team when he was playing with Embiid. The entry passes to him, and ever since Embiid's been gone, he hasn't looked the same. Even Kelly Oubre, to an extent, he still will go out and get you 25 like last night. But Kelly Oubre, when he was with Embiid, I was wondering, why was this guy on the open market until a week before the season, right? Now I've taken a step back from that, and it has me wondering if Embiid comes back in the postseason and teams really throw the double teams, the triple teams at him, are we going to have a guy on the team outside of a Maxey that can go out there and win you a game? And that kind of concerns me at this point because I don't really think so. Kyle Lowry's going to help with that. Buddy Hield's going to help with that. But I have to see those guys play with Embiid before I can come to a conclusion on that. The rest of the guys, they're just glorified role players to me at this point, which is good to have, right? But they're nothing without Embiid to the extent where I believed in them early in the season, where the Sixers had their best 30-game start since 2001. They're not the players I thought they were at that point.
Yeah, and it goes back to, I know I've brought this up a lot, but sitting with Marcus Morris and talking to him and him saying, it is so easy to play with Joel Embiid on the court. He's like, you can't imagine. And he's been all over the place. Marcus Morris has played with, and he brought that up to me also. He's like, I've played with the best stars in the league. And he started naming them, Chris Paul and this and that. He was like, I've played with all those guys. Nothing comes close to playing with Joel Embiid. So I am kind of anxious to see more of Kelly Oubre with him, as you brought up. Nick Batum is a 1,000-time different player. And look, it's not he's not the guy to take you over the top. I'm not saying that. I'm saying he's a much better glue piece player with Joel Embiid on the floor, and you need those type of guys.
Yeah, when he was playing with Embiid, I was wondering why did the Clippers give this guy up, and they were so desperate to hold on to their young guys when they're trying to compete for a championship. They could have kept a savvy vet who can get the ball into the paint.
Yeah, Buddy Hield. I want to see what Buddy Hield's like playing
That's
with him.
the big one for me.
Kyle Lowry. You know, how much better is Tyrese Maxey with Kyle Lowry and Joel Embiid on the floor?
That's why I need to see Embiid probably come back, even if it doesn't amount to anything. I need to see if he can play with the Buddy Hield and the Kyle Lowry so we can possibly bring them back at the right price.
Yeah, the Buddy Hield one's big for me because I've not been impressed with Buddy Hield in the slightest since he's come here. I mean, that dude just cannot seem to like create his own shot. But I will be the first one to admit that when you have Joel Embiid on the court, it makes things a lot different. Hell of a lot different. So I want to see him with Joel Embiid because I do think that he's going to command so much attention. It's going to free up a Buddy Hield in the corner, and all of a sudden Buddy Hield goes from 15 points to more of like 25, and he's draining threes and he's not having guys all over him. Because when you go into last night's game and you're looking at the roster, you go, all right, who's getting the points on this team? It's going to have to be Buddy Hield. You figure, because it's just like, well, Toby's probably going to get you what Toby gets you.
I think Ala brought that up last night, too, on the broadcast. Like, you got to wonder who's scoring for you here. And that the Buddy Hield thing, Pat, you're exactly right. So he comes to the Sixers and goes for 20, 23, 24, 22. Since then, he hasn't scored more than 15 a night on any night.
Yeah.
Like, that's scary. It's dipped down to 14, 13, 11, 6, 13, 11, 13, 15. You need more out of it, especially when you're missing a Kyle Lowry, obviously Joel Embiid. You need scoring from scorers.
My big fear is they give him a lot of money because they can't attract really any big-name free agents. They give that guy a lot of money, and we have Daryl Morey on, and he goes, well, Buddy Hield's a different player with Joel Embiid's out there, and we're going to see a different Buddy Hield this year, and he was put in a tough situation because he comes over at the deadline, and Joel Embiid's – and it's just – to me, it's going to be the teacher from Charlie Brown, like, womp, because I would feel like if they gave him a big-time contract, it would be Tobias Harris in a way of like, well, we're giving you a contract to justify why we traded for you. And I don't want to be in that situation.
I look at Buddy Hield, and I'm trying to envision a guy that's playing with Joel Embiid. Is it a guy like, has he superly impressed me with just standstill shooting, with draining a three that you're like, wow, Sixers haven't had a guy like that for a while. I got to be honest, I'm not seeing it. And Pat, you make a great point. He hasn't been great at creating his own shot. But when you get a Joel Embiid here, you have to do less of that. So then you start to wonder, well, is he a good fit once Joel Embiid gets back? But in the meantime, is he getting into a slump or into a type of game that even when Joel Embiid gets here, is he going to be ready to go?
That's why getting Tyrese Maxey when they, where they did and all that, and I mean, finding that dime in the rough was so crucial for this organization because it just seems like too often than not when Joel Embiid's out, it's like, okay, you're going to take a step back as a team. But, man, like, it seems to affect everybody where we go, well, we're really a different player when Joel Embiid's out there, and we just start making excuses, and nobody steps up. Nobody steps up in the moment. Nobody is good enough to create and score. And, we shouldn't be going to a game where Kelly Oubre is your top scorer, and he's coming off the bench.
Yeah.
At some point, you need some of these name guys to live up to it and stop making excuses of, well, we don't have the big man out there. You're right. We knew that.
Is that an issue by design? I think Daryl Morey was on this exact show, and he said they build the roster around Joel Embiid's strengths, and they look at other pieces based on what Embiid can do for them. So if Embiid's not here, these guys can't go out there and get you 25 a night because the court space isn't open like that.
What does that say about the players, though? That's my point. Like, what does it say?
They're not that good and they're overpaid.
What does it say that Buddy Hield comes over here in a trade, talked up? I mean, Daryl Morey said, we feel like we got the best player at the deadline. And you're sitting here, 3 weeks later going, like, the guy can't create his own shot. What are we doing? And I would just like it for once where there is no excuse of, well, Joel Embiid's out. We know Joel Embiid's out. That wasn't a surprise yesterday.
He's always out.
Yeah. Was that a surprise to you, Bob, that Joel Embiid was missed action yesterday?
Yeah.
Wasn't a surprise to me. Wasn't a surprise to Buddy Hield. He knew. Like, at what point are these guys going to stop doing the woe is me crap and just go out there and ball?
Yeah,
Because you're playing the friggin' 20-win Memphis Grizzlies, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, you got to win that game. You got to win that game.
You have to. I don't
and they're
care.
very injured.
Yes.
Yeah, they're not coming in healthy with the John
No.
Moran.
Not even a little bit.
So, like, the excuses that pile up, you're up, what? What did they get up to as much as?
It was at least 13 or 14.
You blow that game. It's like, at what point are we to stop using these guys, hey, they don't have Joel Embiid on the court. Okay. Like, do something about it. Go out there. Take over a game. Somebody, anybody.
Yeah, and they're kind of in a whirlwind a little bit. Like, it hit me last night that you're relying on a 35-year-old Nick Batum. Robert Covington, who you brought in here, who's been hurt, 33 years old. Tobias Harris is now 31. Buddy Hield, 31. Kyle Lowry, 37. Like, what's going on here? Even a campaign is 29 years old. Like, I know none of these guys is signed for next year, and that could be your light at the end of the tunnel. But where is this organization right now? When Joel Embiid's not there, it comes to the front of the conversation even more.
I think to use a description. All right, you probably wouldn't know this because you don't really gamble too much. But when you're on the blackjack table and you're doing well and everything's hitting, you're feeling yourself. And then you lose a hand, and then you lose another hand, then you lose a third hand. You're like, I got to get it back. And now you start hitting on 17s, and you start cursing the dealer out. And now I'm looking at bank accounts, and I'm wondering if, like, dude, I think the kid can afford to skip like a week of daycare, and it's a snowball effect.
Yeah,
because you're desperate, because you know what you had, you know the opportunity that was there, you know that you probably could have gotten to a point where you could have walked away, and you probably should have, but you get desperate to get back to that point. I feel like Daryl Morey's been doing that for most of his career because he's gotten so close before, and this is a guy that has gone all in plenty of times.
Yeah,
he did it with Houston. He's not really great at building a roster rebuilding-wise, but he's good at getting a contender. And that's where he finds himself now, is a contender. But I feel like he's making moves that are a little bit desperate, where he's trying to get back to what he was 5 minutes ago when he was up, $1,000 or whatever.
Yeah, it's the signing of a Jonathan Papelbon after it's already over. It's just like that.
Well,
Yes,
two things
much
about
better
that.
than my crappy analogy.
Two things about that, Pat. One, take envelopes with you when you go to gamble. That'll help you.
Dude, I know you're not a huge fan. I gotta be honest. That works for me.
I am.
Because I don't have self-control. Like I have a very addictive
Take an
personality.
envelope.
So I mean, that was actually a good tip. I was like, oh, all right, John. So I brought the envelopes.
And you're right. I don't gamble. My best gambling memory of recency is being with Pat in Las Vegas.
Love this story.
And we went up to he said we had to go somewhere. I forget where we were supposed to go.
We were waiting for the buffet to open.
And so Pat goes up. He says, I'm going to play a little blackjack. So I go over with him, and he's playing. And the dealer says to him, oh, what are you doing here? And he's like, oh, I'm here for the NFL draft. I'm about to get drafted. And the girl's like, you're kidding me.
Nah.
He's like, yeah, I'm the punt god. She's like, oh, my God, I'm so excited for you. So we kind of giggle, walk away. We go to the buffet. 3 or 4 people at the buffet who work at the buffet, they come up there and good luck today, buddy.
Nah.
Yep.
Swear to God. and
for people that don't know, I am 5'3". I am 5'3". There is not an athletic bone in this body. There is nothing that says NFL.
But that's how well he played it off.
That's awesome.
Yeah. All right, listen, when we get back here on the John Kincade Show, we're going to talk some Eagles here. I want to know what kind of mood Howie's in. Pat has some thoughts about the Avonte Maddox situation, so we'll get to all that and more. Plus, I watched something the other night, and it was with 2 former 76ers. And one of them, Dr. J, Julius Erving, made a statement that I'm going to pass on to you guys, but it also provokes a question that I not only want to put to the two of you, but to our listeners out there. This is the John Kincade Show here at 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Sixers blow it. I'm Brendan Gunn, and this update is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Looking for a career path with flexibility and great pay and benefits? Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today. After 3 quarters, the Sixers were leading the Memphis Grizzlies by 12 points. Then came the 4th quarter, where the team was outscored 34-16. The team battled without Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey, and Kyle Lowry, but ultimately lost 115-109. The Eagles made the news yesterday when the team released cornerback Avonte Maddox, though the two sides remain open to a reunion, according to Adam Schefter of ESPN. The move saves the team around $2 million in salary cap space this offseason. One team is in the thick of the offseason. The other team is in the final weeks of the preseason. ESPN's Buster Olney joined Andrew Salchunas yesterday and said he is hearing some good things about the Phillies' new everyday first baseman.
Now that he's had a 4 months of playing time, people I talk to think that he's going to have a great season, and he definitely looked comfortable at first base. Bryce looks like a natural. He just has an ease and an understanding, I think, about game situations.
Yesterday, the Flyers signed defenseman Nick Seeler to a 4-year, $10 million extension and traded defenseman Sean Walker and a 2025 fifth-round pick to the Colorado Avalanche for a conditional 2025 first-round pick and center Ryan Johansson. Johansson was waived by the team immediately. I'm Brendan Gunn. Breaking sports news all day, every day is here. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Welcome back to the John Kincade Show here on this Thursday morning. Looking outside, doesn't appear to be raining right now. You know why? Because I think the Lord has cleared the skies because he said, oh, my God, it's March 7th. It's Pat Egan's birthday. Let's make it a nice day out today. No tears coming from heaven today, only shouts of joy for our man, Pat Egan.
I just don't think we have to say
Hey, we're
it
playing
every-
happy birthday during the
I feel like
breaks.
I feel like we're just fishing at this
The
point.
Cole Hamels,
Yeah.
man. We got to say it every intro.
Yeah, because we appreciate you so much. That's why, Pat.
I told Bob, I'm starting to not physically feel old, but I'm getting to the point where I remember my parents being this age, and that makes me feel old. I don't like it.
You're creeping me out because I'm getting there, and that's kind of weird.
I remember this life.
I want to punch both of you in the face right now.
All right, pop.
Yeah. So
Pop would kill to be 35.
I'd barely.
Maybe he'd play basketball if he was 35.
He'd be a knockout.
I think I played in a 35 and older league or something like that. I broke one of my ankles in that league. Yeah.
How many times did you break your ankle?
I broke them both 2 times within like a 2-year span.
Yeah, I'd probably hang him up after that, too.
Well,
I don't want a
so-
broken ankle
yeah.
at 35.
So this was funny. I came into the house. I was playing in the game. It was my second game of the night. I played in an outdoor league earlier, and then I went straight to an indoor league. I was playing against a guy that I was kind of friendly with. He was on the other team. I shot a foul shot, and I could see it was going to be short. So he saw that I was going to go into the lane to try and get it, and, kidding around, stuck his foot out. Rolled my ankle.
Hilarious.
I looked. I was like,
I would never talk to that guy again.
So we had 5 guys. So, what do? You tie your shoe tighter and you play the rest of the game. I get home. I swear, I'll never forget this moment in my life. The way our old house was you walked into the front door and you went straight back into the family room. We had 2 small kids. I walk in. My wife could hear me limping. Without turning around, she said, I am not taking you to the hospital. You better call somebody else. Because I just gotten over a broken ankle not too much.
I can't do this anymore, Bob.
And
We've got a family.
Yeah, we were moving in 3 weeks, so we were packing up the house and all that stuff. And I come walking, and sure enough, I had to call her dad. You know what night it was? It was the night that Duke and I think Seton Hall were in was it Seton Hall? Were in the NCAA championship. Elton Brand was on that Duke team, and they wound up losing that game. Whatever. But, yeah, so my father-in-law took me, and sure enough, broken ankle. I had to get the cast put on, and, yeah. That was when she said, I was 38 at the time. She's like, I think you might want to think about retiring. And I was like, well, I don't. She goes, no, I'm not asking. I'm pretty much telling you, you need to retire.
It was an emotional retirement speech by Bob Cooney.
Yeah.
You can't really find it anywhere.
I started crying right
Yeah,
then
rumor
and there,
has
yeah.
it was a 45-minute speech.
Yeah, can't really find it anywhere, but it was emotional.
I went into the shower and gave it by myself. I gave myself the retirement speech. All right, I want to hit on something a little bit yesterday. We talked about that high school game, local team. My God, it came all out. A file for people that don't know. Local high school team playing in state semifinal over in Jersey. Makes 2 foul shots, 5 seconds to go up 1. Other team goes down the floor, misses a shot, but a kid grabs the rebound, puts it back. Good to go. Boom. Hits the shot. Buzzer sounds. Looks like a great win. Referees wipe it away. Now more comes out. You see the video. It's obviously a good shot. The kid let go of it with 0.6 of a second still to go. Obviously should have been good. So all the video comes out yesterday, all the reaction. The referees have to come out with kind of an apology. Yeah, we missed the call. They admitted one referee, the trail referee, called it good, and then the other 2 overruled him. I have a friend who runs referees over in South Jersey, one of my good friends. He is the head of referees. I just sent him a text yesterday, and I go, thinking of you today. Hope all is good.
Oh.
And he sent me back. He said, it's been a bleep day.
Oh, I bet. That made national news. I mean, Dick Vitale even tweeted about it.
Yeah.
And it's to your point you made yesterday, guys, remember high school. He tweeted some of his best memories of basketball ever was coaching a team to win 3 New Jersey State titles.
Yeah.
So he took that away from some kids, unfortunately. And hopefully, it's not the refs. I don't put it on them. They're human, right?
Yeah, they
So
want
it
to
is
get
on
the call
them,
right.
but they're trying their best.
Yeah, it's a shame. One of them had it right. The original call was the right one. Got overruled. You have a team that should be going to a state championship that now has to just. So I asked a friend of mine yesterday who's been a high school coach for 40 years, and I said to him, "What would you do if you were the winning team today?" And his answer was, Tell the kids to lace it up and
Yeah,
go to
get
practice
ready.
at 3 o'clock.
Get ready to go, kids.
I said, okay, let's take it a little bit further. How would you handle it PR-wise? Like, what do you do? The soft person in me, which there is a lot of softness in me, as you know, Pat, would be like, I don't know. I might. You can't take it away from your kids because they did play 32 hard minutes. But I don't know. I just feel so bad for that other team. And also, I don't know if I'd feel right moving forward.
That's why you have assistant coaches, Bobby.
Yeah?
You just throw them, hey, go do the media. You do what Sam Hinkie did to Brett Brown. I'm not talking. Go ahead. Go earn your paycheck.
I guess.
All you do is just sit up there and, say you get water bottles anyway. So I'm going to run practice and you do it. Because I don't know what I do either. I don't know how you do the good PR spin on this if you are the, quote, winning team. You're obviously not going to go out there and say, oh, well, they deserve to win and, you're not going to replay the game.
Well, that's what I asked my friend. I said, what would you say? If reporters come to you, you're the winning team, what do you say? He had a pretty good answer.
I would say I don't think we didn't want to be in this situation. I don't think anybody did, but I still have a game to get ready for. I don't know.
I would go
a good
watch
answer.
whatever Sean McVay and Jared Goff said back in 2019 when they went to the Super Bowl on a missed pass interference call,
yeah.
and I'd say exactly what they said. But for me as a player, I'd be hard to get up for the championship, knowing in my heart of hearts we lost.
See, I think it's easier for high school kids.
Yeah,
high
I
school
agree.
kids are like, I'm playing another game. This is cool.
That's a
I
good
don't
point.
care. I don't think that they care. Now, the head coach of the team that won is a former Villanova player, Malik Waynes, who is I can testify, great kid. He was part of the Sixers preseason team when Doug Collins was coaching. I got to know him a little bit, spent some time with him. Love the guy. I swear, I love the kid. Great kid. Tough situation to be in. You're moving forward when you don't deserve to be. Now, if you're the other school, how do you handle it? I would hope the goodness of me is able to say, look, we just played a 32-minute basketball game. I made mistakes as a coach. My team made mistakes. The other team probably made mistakes. The other coach probably made mistakes. It just so happens the referees made a mistake at the most crucial point of the game.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, Malik Waynes has been there, 2 years so far?
Yeah.
He hasn't necessarily had a great end of the season both times. So hopefully...
Took over for Rick Brunson.
Yeah, hopefully he can just win a championship and move on after this.
If I'm the, quote, losing team, I am going to get my guys together. We are going to show up at the gym before anybody else, and we are just going to post up in the visitors' locker room. We'll go out for warm-ups. We're not letting the, quote, winning team.
Oh, wow. You're doing a D-bag move.
Absolutely. Yeah, huh? Uh-huh.
Yeah, so...
This is our house. We own it.
Tough situation, and God bless the circle of friends that I have, that game was played, I believe it was like a 6 o'clock start time on Wednesday night or Tuesday night. I was getting texts and videos at like 9:30 on Tuesday night. So I was totally in the loop, like not long after it all happened. And it's a tough day. And to my friend Jeff, who does a great job of running, Jeff Cohen, the man, the Z-Man, who runs referees over in South Jersey. Tough day for him yesterday. We feel bad for a lot of people. You feel bad, obviously, for the losing team. You feel bad for the winning team. Like, how do you handle it a little bit? You feel bad for the kid that made 2 foul shots with 5 seconds to go. He's totally overlooked because of everything that happened. So, tough situation there. Does it advance the need for every game that's played to have video being taken? Maybe, but as I saw somebody that I know that's a pretty much a bigwig in South Jersey sports said, schools can't afford to get shot clocks if they were to pass that. How do you think they're going to afford? And another great point that was made to me, how does an official look at a phone? Are their eyes trained enough to look at a phone and say, okay, yeah. I mean, in the NBA, you got to go back to where is it? Secaucus. To for the Justin Phoenixes of the world up in Secaucus to tell you, yeah, that goal's good, that goal's not. Just a tough situation. What good comes out of it, Pat? Like
none.
Nothing. I guess you can't do anything at the high school level.
It's a crappy situation for everybody. It's just a crappy situation. I don't think there's any good that can come out of it. You just move on and and go about your business.
Yeah, you can't flip it into some moral victory like, oh, the kids, sometimes you work hard and you don't get what you deserve. I'm not hearing that if I'm that losing team. I'm telling you to kick rocks. We won the game.
But as an adult, you have to try to give that to them.
Yeah, you have
as
to try.
As an adult, you have to do hey, this is a life lesson, man. Like
yeah, that's how you have to spin it.
Sometimes things don't go the way they should or the way that you planned. How do you handle yourself as a person?
And they'll be able to appreciate that when they get older. I don't think so right now. But they'll take it with them, hopefully.
Yeah, so tough situation there over in South Jersey for that high school basketball team in Manasquan. Tough, but good luck. Camden High moves on. Good luck to them. See what happens. Malik Wayne's running that show over there. All right, Pat. Philadelphia Eagles do what they did yesterday with Avonte Maddox. Now, they release him. It takes, let's see, $9.6 million cap hit going into next season. The move will clear just under $2 million under the salary cap. If they use one of their 2 post-June 1st slots on Maddox to offset half of his dead cap hit, they'd clear $7.1 million on the salary cap. You want him back? You think this is a temporary move? Do you think it's the right move? How would you play it out if you're Howie Roseman?
I want him back because I think he's a good slot cornerback. Unfortunately, he's getting cut because he can't stay healthy. So I don't. If I'm going to actually cut him and cut loose, doing post June 1st. I'm not doing right now. Right now, $2 million. Like, come on. To me, that's not worth it. Are you finding another slot cornerback for $2 million? Now you might go, okay, well that guy's already on the roster. Maybe, I don't know. Who have we seen to place the slot last season that you go, okay, there's my guy?
Well, then maybe they do have the guy there.
That's what I'm, like, who is it?
Isaiah Rodgers?
Who hasn't played in...
I keep hearing that, and I'm not just I'm not putting you down.
And that's
I keep
what training
hearing,
camp's
he missed
for.
a year, I got to tell you what. If I was 26 years old and I've been playing football, I get a year off, I'm not really worried about a 26-year-old being able to come back after a year off.
No,
I'm not that worried.
It's just a bullet point in the
right, exactly,
category.
yeah.
I tend to agree with you. I mean, that's what training camp's for. You're going to get back in the swing of things. But I'm just not ready to go, okay, he's my guy, because it is such a difficult position that you kind of need a specialist in a lot of ways. Like, Avonte Maddox's career was kind of over until they put him in the slot.
Yeah, because he was playing safety.
They
were looking at him as an outside. Yeah.
He was bad. And then they put him in the slot, and it was like, oh, okay.
He was one of the better slots in the league when he was there.
So because of that, I would like to see him come back. I don't know if he will, but I did find that interesting. It's like everybody's getting cut, and you didn't see a lot of reports of guys getting cut, but they're looking, hey, the door's still open for them to return. He was one of the few that I saw nationally of guys getting cut that was like, oh, yeah, he might be able to come back. So I do. I want to see him come back. Lesser deal would be fine, obviously, and I think he'd have to understand that. I do think he would probably want to stay here.
Uh-huh.
He was drafted by the organization. He's been living here for a while.
Best friend, Dallas Goedert.
So I think that there's a pretty good chance where, if they go to him and maybe give him an incentive-laced deal and, some of those incentives are just games played, then, yeah, he could easily come back.
Good kid, too. We had him. He was a regular. Were you here then or no? Yeah. He was a regular on our show, once-a-week guest. A few years ago, just a nice, good kid. Somebody that you do root for once you get to talk to him a little bit. But, BG, when you heard this yesterday, surprise, what was your feelings on it, and what are your feelings now moving forward?
Yeah, I wasn't necessarily surprised at all. I mean, I said earlier in the week, I kind of thought he was going to get cut. They didn't save that much money doing so it kind of tells me they don't have faith in him staying healthy going forward. They're only saving $2 million, possibly $7 million with the post-June 1st cut. But going forward, I think they're going to try out Rodgers in the slot and maybe bring in another vet or something or draft one in the draft. But I would like him to come back. I don't see him coming back because they can't count on him to stay healthy. When he is healthy, he's one of the best slot corners in the league. But year after year, this guy's missing extended periods of time, and I don't really see that changing. If he comes back on the vet minimum, fine. I'm sure they'll do that. But they didn't necessarily save that much money by cutting him, so that kind of shows their hand, in my opinion.
Yeah, they kind of can okay, let's do. To me, it's anything short of, and they might be on the brink of, anything short of a huge move, and I say they might be on the brink of with Hassan Reddick. Whatever you do with this defense is fine with me because it needs change.
Yeah,
and it needs huge changes because they were absolutely horrible at the end of the year.
Yeah, I count on Darius Slay and Jalen Carter to go out there and be steady, guys that show up week after week. Other than that, there's nobody else on that defense. So if they want to redo the whole thing, it's fine by me.
Yeah.
Like I said, they already had $2 million to spend. So it's not a cap crunching cut. It's showing that they don't trust him.
Yeah, and you can see why he's missing as many games as he had. Dred wants to talk about the high school situation. What's up, Dred?
Yeah, man, I was riding to work, and I was listening to y'all talk about the kids at the high school.
Right.
And I was thinking about some of it when y'all was saying, well, what would be a good response? And I think if I was the head coach of the winning team, I would have my team to get together and have, I guess what would be a press conference. Maybe it would be lower level for schools, but and a meeting where they would say, listen, we want to acknowledge that the other team won, that they had a buzzer beater. We all played very hard and valiantly, but at the end of the day, they won the game. We can't change the rules, so it's no way that we able to give that game back.
Yeah.
But we don't want to steal nothing from the other people. And the honor that for fighting valiantly. And all we can ask from ourselves is to continue to fight hard and represent our school as best we can moving forward.
Yeah,
and yes, sir.
No, go ahead.
I also think that I don't believe that the high school.
We lost Dred. He was in a bad spot.
The refs got to him.
So,
The refs association got to Dred. Put the APB out. My guy all of a sudden clicked. Coincidence? I don't think so.
Oh, hi, Mr. Referee. Boom. It's a weird. Good can come out of this. You have to look at it that way. Like good, and I like what Dred's saying. Like be up front, handle it. But it's just such a tough situation. And when it's kids.
Yeah, I mean, if Camden goes on to win, if I'm, how do you pronounce it, Manasquad?
Yeah.
If I'm them, I'm pulling an Auburn in 2007 when LSU won the national championship, and I'm putting a banner up myself. UCF a couple years ago. If Camden wins, we're national champions too. We're state champions this year with an asterisk, but I'm putting a banner up if I'm them.
And just some backstories. Manasquan was huge underdogs in that game. Got a big lead. Camden made a huge comeback in the fourth quarter. So, good for them playing as hard as they did and coming back. Another thing, the ruling is, and I got the rules sent to me yesterday morning, once the officials leave the floor in New Jersey High School, the game is over. There's no protesting. There's no looking back at film. None of that. They make a call. That's the final decision. Once they leave the floor, it's over.
I feel like that needs to change.
Like in what circumstance?
This circumstance.
But
this
I
is
mean,
the biggest
how does
example.
it not
What if it was
change?
the first quarter and there was a buzzer beater miss and they ultimately ended up winning by 1 point and they go back in the first quarter and see a video of it?
That's less extreme, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, but so to your thought, Pat, if it has to change, that means you have to bring video into it because that's the only way they would change their mind.
Look, this doesn't need to be, Apple TV's MLB broadcast, 4K, blah. You can clearly see that he got the shot off. Like, this isn't Zapruder film. This isn't like rain. You can see it. Like, everybody acknowledges these kids got screwed over. So fix it. Like, it's not difficult here in this situation.
What was the World Series game, Pat? You'll remember. Kansas City, St. Louis, I want to say, where a guy was safe at first by a mile, and the ump called him out. I'll have to look it up. But there was a World Series game that was a game changer. It might have been a series changer.
I do remember that.
It was like that
it was
no-hitter.
like in the 80s.
Remember the no-hitter in
it
like
was
2000?
Galarraga.
Yeah, exactly. The guy was out by a mile, and they called him safe.
Yeah,
and
the
it was the last out.
the umpire broke down in tears, remember?
Yeah, because he was getting it.
He was
Well, death threats will do that, too.
Well, I mean, I think he was heartbroken because in the moment, like, you want to get it right. And then you go back and you think you do in the moment, and then you go look at video and you realize, like, man, I just cost this guy a perfect game or whatever it was.
Yeah, because the guy was a nobody.
Yeah, and Armando Galarraga was not a great pitcher. I mean, he was a journeyman that would have been the highlight of his career. I thought he handled that great, by the way.
He did. He was phenomenal.
He was great.
Yep.
And, the next night they met at home plate and they exchanged the lineup card, and it was like all is forgiven.
I think that's where he kind of broke down. The guy gave him a hug. Galarraga gave him a hug, and he kind of started tearing
he felt
up.
horrible about the situation. I'm sure the refs right now that dealt with that game feel horrible about the situation.
I agree with you. And, of course, you're going to have conspiracy theorists like, oh, they did it on purpose. You're going to get that. I'm too naive to ever think that. And I actually get ticked off when people are like, oh, well, the refs are throwing that game or that. Like you guys, I know a ton of referees, and I can never see that happening because they pride themselves so much in their jobs. I could be wrong. There could be people out there that are reffing and that have in their mind, I want to screw these. Or during a game, they're like, that kid's a jerk. I'm calling things out. Does human nature come into play? Sure. But I think more comes into play of I want to get it right. I want the team to be rewarded that deserves to win. So you're right, Pat. I feel horrible for those referees yesterday and today. Still do.
It's just it's a crappy situation, man. It's like if you fall for a girl in Kentucky. It's not a quick drive. So it's like, what are you supposed to do in that situation?
If
you know what I'm talking
fall
about.
for a girl in Kentucky?
Yeah, I'm just spitballing.
Okay. Have you ever fallen for a girl in Kentucky?
Who knows? Or if you fall for a girl in Dakota. Like, how do you make that work?
What if her name is Dakota? There's that too.
I
610
didn't even think about that. 610-632.
We're having a good time here. Hey, listen, if
your
you
name's
have
Dakota, shout me out.
Yeah, if you have some thoughts on this high school situation, let us know. I think it's a good talking point. It's a tough situation. Probably no resolution that we could all easily come up with right now. But the question's out there. How would you handle it if you were part of winning team, losing team, whatever it may be? 610-632-0975. Also, as I teased before, I want to talk to you about something that Julius Erving said on an interview that was done a couple of years ago, but it was the first time I saw it the other night. So I want to see what you have to say about that. This is the John Kincade Show here at 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
A fourth quarter to forget. I'm Brendan Gunn, and this update is
5 the Fanatic. Special thank you to Pat Egan's mom. That's right. The goodies were dropped off. Brendan, what'd you hit on?
I don't know what it is, but it's delicious. You want to tell the people
she's,
why she dropped them off?
She's slacking because she made like lemon bars. She didn't put the glaze on it. It's like she's half-assing it. She's Tobias Harris. You know, she's got a lot of praise and she's not delivering. And that's
to me, that's an Embiid 70-point game performance out there. We got some
I gotta tell you, she's at the top of my damn list.
We got
right now.
brownies, chocolate chip cookies.
I just said to those
Going
guys,
up
you
the
were in the
power
hallway. I said, man, we are benefiting from Pat Egan's birthday without a doubt. Man, she's good.
Yeah, well, I used to sell her. I told the story before. I used to sell her baked goods in grade school. Like, I used to make a killing in grade school because she would pack me.
Wait, she would make them and you would sell them?
Yeah.
You're such
Absolutely.
He's been a hustler since day one.
I mean, in many ways, yeah. But I.
All right, well, let's walk through this a little bit. So
All right.
she would make brownies, cookies, whatever.
Yeah.
You would pack
Mainly cookies.
You would pack them in a bag
Yeah.
or whatever.
Yeah.
And she knew what you were doing.
I don't know if she knew what I was doing.
Why would she? Wouldn't she question you taking about 30 brownies to school?
No, I wouldn't take 30. I would take like, let's say, 6.
Did she get her cut?
No. But I would take like 6 or 7, and then word got out that my mom made really good cookies. And then I had one kid offer me like 50 cents for a cookie, and it was like back in, 2002.
50 cents for a cookie? Where'd this
Can I-
kid grow up?
Can I finish?
Uh-huh.
Back in 2002, like that could get you a little bit, the old corner store.
Could get you a soda pop, a little
Yeah.
Huggy, bag of chips.
And I was friendly with, actually, it was Pagano's. It was Matt Pagano's cousin who owned a place in Northeast Philly called Pagano's. I was really friendly with them, so they would give me a discount. So I would I would sell like 5 cookies, and, next thing you know, I got like $3 and go nuts. Save it up for a little bit. Next thing you know, you got $10.
Did you ever have like a teacher or somebody come to you and say, Pat?
Funny enough, yes, I did.
Capitalism isn't something that we're teaching.
I
you
had
right
a
now.
teacher pay me $10 for a bag of cookies.
Oh.
Yeah, Mr. Hawthorne.
Way to go, Mr.
shout out-
Hawthorne.
One of the few teachers I liked at St. Bonaventure's. But Mr. Hawthorne got word about the cookies, had one, and he was paying me $10. He became my number 1 customer.
Wow.
Then Mr. Smith, who was my 8th grade teacher, told me flat out, like, if you bring me baked goods for your parent-teacher conference, it'll go well. And I was not a kid that could afford a bad review. And trust me, I deserved it. So we showed up, and it was like kind of a drug deal where I sat down, I slid the cookies across the table,
Uh-huh.
and then it was like, yeah, all right, kid doesn't suck.
The superintendent sees that, calls you guys into the office. Like, what was that? No, I was just getting some
yeah,
brownies.
So not only
such a sketchy
yeah,
path.
so not only did the teachers find out about it, but they were willing participants.
Interesting. Very interesting. All I know is T-Dog makes a hell of a brownie, cookie, lemon bar, whatever they all are. Thank you and happy birthday.
I stand on business.
And happy birthday to you, Pat.
Businessman.
Dan in Central Jersey is on the line with us. Dan, you're a ref?
Yeah, I'm a ref over here.
Okay, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Great. So what do you have on this
Gotcha.
situation here?
Yeah, you were talking on it earlier. There's officials all over New Jersey sending this back to each other. It's one of those situations where, it's in the bylaws. There's no reviews. Like you said, once those guys leave the court, it's final. But it is a tricky situation just based on what the game was, right? Like, we're not talking about an ordinary regular season game. We're talking about state final going to play in a group final over here.
Right.
NJSIA comes out and says, hey, we got it wrong. There should be some sort of, 1A, 1B in the bylaw for certain circumstances where in games like this, if you can go back and, it's blatant, like 0.6 still on the clock, that's enough time to catch and shoot the ball. So,
Right.
But you also made the point, these guys didn't do it through anybody, right? We pride ourselves a lot in making sure that we get it right.
Sure.
Especially in a game like that. These guys are obviously guys that are doing big-time games all throughout the season. So, their faces are known. They don't want to get it wrong by any means either. So, with the state stepping in, saying, hey, we got it wrong, I think that they should look into, future possibility of, hey, just expanding upon that ruling in the bylaws that says if we can go back and we can 100% determine that they got it wrong in a situation like this, then it should be overturned, and Manasquan should be playing in that group final on Saturday.
If you were a referee, real quick, Dan, if you were a referee in that situation and they did go past the bylaws that are already written and say, yeah, no, we're going to change it because they were wrong, I mean, how does that make you feel as a ref? It's part of the job. I get it, but that's tough.
I mean, you got to look at it at the, at the pro level and everything like that. Guys get wrong. We're human.
Right.
So
good point.
You can't take it too personally. And I know that we're talking, much lower level than college or NBA or anything like that. But I would want to get it right because I don't want to have to live with that on my conscience that, hey, that team is now not going to play in a state final. We all played high school sports growing up. We all know that was our biggest goal is to go out there and win a state final. And I would want that kid, if it was me, I'd want to have that opportunity. So I would want to give that opportunity if it was a correctable error.
Right. Dan, thanks so much for the input. We really appreciate it, buddy.
Appreciate
Interesting.
that.
Yeah. I don't know how you can go back on it. So far, the one thing I do like, horrible situation, everybody so far seems to have handled it correctly. The state of New Jersey came out, NJSIA came out with a statement saying, yeah, we got it wrong. Can't do anything about it. We're sorry. Once they leave the court, game's over. Can you improve, like Dan was saying, moving forward? Yeah, it's easy for us to say, like, oh, you got cameras and everything now. Maybe it is that easy. Maybe it is that every athletic director at every high school throws up a phone, an iPad or something, and records every game. Maybe. Do all high schools have the funding to do so? I don't know. That could be some problems that you run into there. But, what Dan says, it's not at the college level or the pro level or anything like that. It means a hell of a lot, though.
It probably means more.
I think it does mean more because, man, a lot of these kids aren't going to be playing college.
That was their last game. That was the last second of a handful of kids' basketball careers ever. Last sport ever.
Yeah, I mean, to a lot of kids, like, that's their peak. That's it.
Look, I told you the story about TJ McConnell yesterday about he and I going back and talking about a shot that he missed against Newman Goretti for a state championship. I've told you many times that the greatest stories that I had with pro athletes just sitting around, shooting the crap was them going back to high school stories. And Lou Williams, one of the greatest stories ever, telling me when he was a freshman, them asking him to come out for football. He went over the middle, got leveled. Looks up, and the coach is standing over him. You okay, Lou? Took off his helmet and ran home and never played football again. He said, screw this. Like, that's your foundation. I missed my sophomore year in high school. We were in the state semifinal game, similar to this one. I missed a wide-open jump shot. We had three big guys who were great. One went Division I, great players. I was just a scrawny little sophomore, so they left me wide open. I passed up a shot like 3 or 4 times. Finally, with like 30 seconds to go, us down 1, I took it. I missed it. We wound up losing the game. There's a father of a senior on the team, the guy that went Division I, who reminds me of it every time I see him to this day. We're talking 40 years ago.
That's why he doesn't play knockout.
He'll come up to me and he laughs. Sam's ladder, he'll come up and goes, hey, Coon, yeah, still can't believe you took that shot. And I was like, I don't know what to tell you, Mr. Slats. I was, and they left me open.
That's
I
confidence.
took it. I missed it.
You threw it on the table. That's BDE.
Yeah, so, I mean, but it is. It's that important. Like, it's you guys make great points. For a lot of people, that's your biggest memory of sports. And so, real tough situation over there in Jersey. But we'll see how it plays out over the next few days. Hopefully, it just quiets down and you feel your heart breaks for the Manasquan kids and coaches and parents, all of those people. But lesson learned. One of my first thoughts was, how do you handle it as a parent? You go home with those kids. Like, look, we look at these athletes and we talk about the athletes and all that. How do you handle it as a parent? Your high school kid comes home and they're inconsolable, and understandably so. You try to do the life lesson thing, I guess, but, that's the effects that it has going forward, in so many different places.
I feel like after a while, I'd be able to sleep with it a little bit better, knowing in my hearts we won the game, right? It'd be one thing if they went out there and got blown out. Yeah, they can accept they lost, but they lost. In a couple of years, they're going to be like, we won that game. We're state champions in my mind.
Yeah.
So after some time, I'll get to that point. Now, though, not now.
I don't think I could.
Now.
If I'm looking at the scrapbook 10 years from now, it's not saying, yeah, but you really were the state champions. No, it's just going on and saying you lost a heartbreaker on a bad call. Hey, the 7 o'clock hour, it's brought to you by the all-new Bet Parks app. Sportsbook and casino in one sleek, easy-to-use app in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Brendan, you came up with a topic that I found very interesting. And it's funny, just to give some insight. We do all of our topics separately, and then we put them all together, and we talk about what we're going to do. And oftentimes, we'll have the same thoughts. Well, one of your topics about other teams around the league cutting starters, it popped into my mind, too. But talk about what you were thinking of when you saw all this going on yesterday.
Yesterday specifically, I saw the Buffalo Bills release Jordan Poyer, White, their all-pro cornerback, another safety. And it had me thinking, wow, this time of year, I can really appreciate what Howie Roseman is able to do with our cap. And there was a tweet I saw yesterday with a bunch of the Eagles' top-paid guys and where they rank in highest salary cap dead hits this offseason. You'd think we'd have a couple, top 50 players, right, on this roster.
Yeah.
If you had to guess, like a Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown. There's not a single player that is a top 64 cap hit in the NFL. We have 6 guys.
Wow.
Our 6 highest paid guys are Hassan Reddick, Lane Johnson, Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, Darius Slay, and Jordan Mailata. The highest cap hit this season is Hassan Reddick at 65, and he's not getting that money. So he's going to be even less at some point.
He's 65th on the list in the NFL.
Yeah, 65th in
What's
the list.
his cap hit this year?
I don't have the exact number in front of me. I have the ranking.
That's
He's 65th.
amazing.
Lane Johnson is 119. He's the 119th highest cap hit this season. Jalen Hurts is 155th. A.J. Brown's 171st. Darius Slay, 195. And Jordan Mailata, 200. Those are the top 6 cap hits for the Eagles. And they're not even cracking the top 50. And I'm talking about guys that have all-pro caliber. We're talking about A.J. Brown, who's a top 3 wide receiver. Jalen Hurts, who was an MVP candidate a couple years ago and negotiated his contract after that fact. And his cap hit is nowhere near what some of these other guys are. So we have a ton of cap space to work with this offseason, and it's because Howie's a cap wizard, honestly.
It is amazing, and Pat did a great job of this weeks back, or months back maybe. Jalen Hurts' contract, and Pat, I don't know if you remember it off the top of your head. When you talk about cap hits for quarterbacks in the NFL, and you can even stay in the East, it is amazing how Jalen Hurts doesn't come close to the top of the list as far as cap hits goes, right?
Yes, it's not even close. He doesn't reach. I want to say he doesn't reach Patrick Mahomes' level for this season. When you look at Patrick Mahomes' cap hit for this year, Jalen Hurts doesn't reach that for 3 more years. His cap hit this past year was $6 million. I think his cap hit next year is 18.
It's 13. Even less.
Okay, and then
Wow.
like the third year, it's like 22 or something.
21.
It is insane how good that contract is, where it is not crippling to you and leaves you flexibility to go out there and make other moves. And when you compare it to other quarterbacks, it's egregious. Now I don't remember exactly what was the numbers and all that because we did do it months ago. But I looked at Patrick Mahomes. I looked at Josh Allen. I even looked at Daniel Jones too. And you're talking about quarterbacks that are getting $40 million cap hits, $50 million cap hits.
Dak Prescott, what does he be?
$59.4 million cap hit for Dak Prescott this year. That's what?
Pat, that's unbelievable, right?
It's wizardry, but it's also a credit. You have to give credit to the owner because the owner's willing to cut the check. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of guaranteed money that he cut the check for to keep that number down, and thus give us a situation where we're sitting there going, Howie the God, the cap wizard. But Jeffrey Lurie is the guy that has to ultimately go, yeah, I got like $200 million lying around. All right, here you go.
Yeah, they have to be hand in hand.
Jalen Hurts comes in at 17th for cap hits and quarterbacks next year.
17th. Can you look and see like some quarterbacks that would shock us that are higher?
That is amazing.
Kyler Murray's 4, Daniel Jones is 6, and he negotiated the same offseason as Jalen Hurts did, and he's at 6, and Jalen Hurts is at 17. Let's see, Jared Goff's at 9, Kirk Cousins 11, Jimmy G 12, Geno Smith 13. These guys are nowhere near Jalen Hurts' caliber players.
All right, so Joe Burrow this year was $19 million. Next year, 29. Year 3, 46. Year 4, 48. When does Jalen Hurts get to like $48 million in his cap hit?
Not
and then by the way,
that I see.
that's a good contract.
Yeah.
That's like a good okay, not bad. Jalen Hurts doesn't get to $48 million or more. He gets to 45 after 5 years.
Jalen Hurts' cap hit is only
13, 21, and 31.
It's $2 million more than Zach Wilson.
Wow.
Yeah, This is a dude that was the quote the highest paid guy or whatever. But when you actually look at it, it's like this is the biggest win-win for both sides I think I've ever seen in football, where you've got a guy that cashed in, got the bag, but then the team wasn't crippled by it where they can't build around him.
No.
And that's one of the reasons why the Kansas City Chiefs had to trade Tyreek Hill was because of cap hits.
Yeah,
Because they couldn't go out there and give him the money because their cap situation was all tied up mostly in their quarterback.
And look at us. Like, we're sitting here coming off a drastic collapse, but we have the cap space and the draft capital to go out there and fix it rather quickly. We have $45 million in cap space to spend and counting if they cut a couple other guys that are on the bottom of the roster. Like, it could be a quick fix because of the work Howie's been able to do with the cap if he goes out there and does it right this offseason.
It's amazing. Like, we can't, and people come back at us like, oh, stop praising Howie with this. There's some things that Howie doesn't do well, but I don't think there's any way we can even question the way he handles money. And like Pat said, if you don't have Jeffrey Lurie letting you do it, it ain't happening. So, like you said, Brendan, bad spot after this year. You hate it, but there's always going to be that light at the end of the tunnel with the way Howie handles money.
Yeah, going forward, I mean, you have 4 top 100 draft picks, so you can go out there and get it done that way. And you have the capital to go out there and get these upper echelon guys, hopefully a linebacker, a safety, maybe 2 safeties if you're getting frisky, a cornerback. You can address all the areas of need, and you have the money to do it. So I'm like kind of happy that I looked into this yesterday because it gives me a little bit more hope for next year.
So let me go ahead, Pat. I'm sorry.
Well, no, I think it should give every Eagles fan hope when you look at the fact that your quarterback is really never going to be a hindrance in either extending guys or signing guys because the cap hit is what it is. The contract was so good. And that's my thing. I don't care how much money you're giving a guy. What's the cap hit? And Jalen Hurts' cap hit is egregiously low. And when you talk, I didn't realize it was the 17th lowest next year. That's absurd to me. I mean, you've got quarterbacks that are going to be backups in the NFL that are going to be a bigger cap hit on their team. By the way, a lot of times their team that they're not even on at that point. And Jalen Hurts is going to be a starter in this league, and his cap hit's going to be $14 million. Like you could probably find some guys in the NFL that are $14 million cap hits that are horrible and just downright bad. And he plays the most important position. He's a $14 million cap hit.
Some people making the argument he's exactly where he belongs. He's about the 17th best quarterback in the league.
Name one person.
No, I'm not going to name names.
Name names, coward.
No,
you won't do it. It's like knockout. He just
our friend
refuses
Chris
to do
Miller
it.
is kind of on that.
Okay, and
yeah.
I like Chris Miller, so I
Chris
will
Miller.
retract my attitude. I apologize, and I appreciate his patronage.
No, you don't
He
have
is a
to
friend.
do that.
Yeah, I mean, so I just looked it up. Hassan Reddick's $21 million in cap hit next year. Lane Johnson's 15, Hurts 13, Brown 12 million, Slay Mailata 10 million. That almost equals up to what Dak Prescott's cap hit is going to be, and that's our top 6 guys right there that equal up to that.
Look, to Chris Miller's point, in all seriousness, if you think he's adequate where he is, the 17th, whatever, that's fine. But the reality is, in the NFL, your quarterback is 9 times out of 10 your highest paid guy cap hit wise.
And the reality was he reset the market, so he wasn't designed to be the 17th highest paid guy out there. He was designed to be the highest paid guy out there, but how he was able to construct the contract in a way where it doesn't hurt the salary cap.
That's why it's so incredibly perfect for both sides. And when you look at, I didn't look at the recent contracts of Justin Herbert, but I'm assuming the cap hit is probably pretty high. And you might think that that's where he should be ranked, but that's not where they usually are ranked.
It's
Because
against the norm.
You need to pay your quarterback, no matter how good or how mediocre they are. You need to pay that guy. Kirk Cousins' cap hit last year was probably pretty big, and he's a decent quarterback in the NFL, but he's probably never going to win you a Super Bowl. But the Vikings, probably overpaid for him and gave him a huge cap hit because they needed competency at the position. So to have a guy in Jalen Hurts be that low, you might think, okay, that's probably where he should be, but that's not what the NFL does. They overpay that position.
Yeah,
and look,
Justin Herbert's number for you. This is his last year. It's $19 million. The contract hits next year, jumps up to $37 million. By the end of it in 2028, $71 million cap hit.
$37 million next year for Justin Herbert, and Jalen Hurts hasn't hit that for 4 years. Like, I can't get over how good this is, and how and the like when we talk about in the summer times and the doldrums of this job, when you're kind of scrounging for topics and you go to like the well of best duos in Philly sports 610. Dude, Lurie, I know you just cross that out, please. Lurie and Roseman for me are like way up in the list because one doesn't do it without the other, and
As far as money goes.
money goes, yeah,
Right.
And the fact that you have a guy, and I will say this till I'm blue in the face, and it'll be on my gravestone. You have an owner that is willing to spend money, which a lot of owners won't in the NFL, i.e. Kansas City, and the counter to that as well. They just won a Super Bowl, but Kansas City,
Yeah, they've won 3 recently.
they're a very good team, but they don't put the upfront money there. And Kansas City would have blown that game away had they had Tyreek Hill. They're just a very well-coached team, and they're a well-run organization. They know how to draft well and all that. Oh, and by the way, they have, like, arguably the best quarterback in the game. So that helps. But on the flip side, you've got Oakland, who have been a disaster for, what, 20 years now? They've been a joke, and they have an owner that refuses to give, a bonus money, and their cap is crap. So, to me, like, Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie, man, that 1-2 punch is deadly in a lot of ways because of what we just talked about. That cap hit doesn't happen without both of them.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you're not a Howie fan, totally understand it. There's good years and there's bad years. We're not denying that. He's good with money. Always has been. That's his one asterisk. Is he a good drafter? Sometimes. Sometimes he's really bad. I mean, that's the ups and downs of the job, which we've talked about often. Okay, Julius Erving the other night. I was watching this. It was almost like Charles Barkley was interviewing him, but it was, he was interviewing him. So it was pretty cool. The two of them sitting and talking about their playing days together or whatever. Charles Barkley put out a great question to Julius Erving, and Erving answered it with, like, how could there be anybody else? Now, this was done about 3 years ago, and Barkley's question to Erving was this, and I want you guys to think about it when we go to break, and I want you out there to think about it, 610-632-0975. His question was, if you were starting a team, an NBA team, who would you start with? Who would be the first player you took? And Erving was like, you're kidding me, right? This isn't even a question. You might be surprised at his answer. I'll give it to you when we get back here on the John Kincade Show here at 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
A collapse by the Sixers. I'm Brendan Gunn, and this update is brought to you by Allstate. Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
TheFanatic.com. The John Kincade Show with Bob Cooney and Pat Egan continues. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5TheFanatic.com.
Welcome back, John Kincade Show. Bob Cooney, Pat Egan, Brendan Gunn getting it done behind the glass today. As John Kincade continues on his vacation, where I was reminded yesterday that it was 82 and sunny. So good on him.
Texted you that, or did you just like?
I can't say. It's
Okay.
the privacy of my.
No, it's fine. All right.
So maybe this person's out there listening. So yesterday, our friend Casey Boy down on MMR, who I love and adore, I sent him a text yesterday, and I'm like, "Yo, Case, any chance you have Pat's mom's number? I want to text her and get some funny stories about Pat that maybe we can share on his birthday, which is today. Happy birthday, Pat." Sends me a number. Cool. Put it in my phone. Send a text. Hey, it's Bob Cooney. Just want some snippets about Pat, and Pat's mom likes to talk. Like she
Wonder where I got it from.
She'll tell you the stories.
Oh my God.
Oh, yeah.
So I even put an example. I said, look, I don't need a full long story. Just a sentence that Pat can, expand on when we're doing the show. Like an example, when he was in the 4th grade, Pat pooped his pants. Something like that.
Didn't happen, but thank you.
So I
Pooping your
send this
pants in
out
school.
of all the examples you could give.
But, here's the funny part of it. So I send
was
this
6th
long
grade.
text, and I do that. Don't get a response. I'm like, maybe she's thinking about stuff and, really coming up with some good things, whatever. Your mom comes in this morning, drops off some goodies.
Yeah.
I said, hey, did you get my text? She goes, no. I said, is this your number? She goes, never seen that number before in my life. So Casey sent me a number of I don't know who, and now they're trying to look up stories about Pat pooping himself in the 4th grade.
I didn't do that. And as Brendan Gunn accurately, it was the 6th grade. And,
Yeah, get it right.
Yeah, look. Admittedly, the last 3 years of St. Martin Tours were a little rough for me, but that's why I started my cookie business. And all of a sudden, it went from Poop Pat to Cookie Pat, the Cookie Boy.
Did you ever put anything in the brownies or cookies that made the teachers really happy,
No,
Pat?
I didn't make them. So.
Well, the IT dog's not above that, I don't think.
She absolutely is.
Is she?
She's a big fan of Nancy Reagan. Say no to drugs or whatever
Nancy
it was.
Reagan?
It was Nancy Reagan. Yeah, just say no.
I thought it was one of. I
No,
thought
Nancy
it was
Reagan.
Oh,
Just say no. Good thing you listen. Anytime I joke about I was blazing up with Sloan Kettering and Johnny
Me,
Hopkins.
him, and Johnny Hopkins. Yeah.
My mom, Nancy Reagan. Just say no, Patty. Just say no.
he sounds. If you could hear his mom speak, he sounds just like her when he imitates.
Yeah,
her.
she's
a doll.
yeah, she's great.
Yeah. Why is she? She's a germaphobic. I didn't know that
She became a giant germaphobe.
during the pandemic.
Yeah, and it was leading up to it a little bit, and then pandemic hit, and now she's triple masked. And what's crazy is she's going on a vacation. I'm like, well, do you think?
I went to give her a high five and she wouldn't do it.
Yeah, well,
She's
that's
like, oh, germs. I was
yeah.
Like,
she's
all right,
I
man.
don't know what her deal is, man.
you gave me a hug when you came in, but now you won't give me a high five.
Hey, I used
so.
to live with her. All right, she paid for HBO. That was cool, but I can't speak for this.
Yeah, so I got a text message here since we brought it up earlier about this high school game situation. Did I lose it? I may have. Oh, no, I didn't. It's right here. Another update on the Manasquan Camden saga. The Manasquan Board of Education has retained the Clark Law Firm, which is looking to prevent Saturday's game, which has Camden in it, state championship game, before being heard by the New Jersey Superior Court. Interesting. They should, and this is a quote from attorney Gerald Clark. This is a quote. They should forthwith declare. Why did lawyers have to just say? Anyway, they should forthwith declare Manasquan the official winner and clear them to play in Saturday's championship game.
At that point, is it really worth it? You take it to court, you go out there to win, and everyone's just saying,
And then you go
guys
into court and get your asses kicked.
Fight in the next
all
game.
for what?
Does this law firm even have billboards? What are we doing here? We're just wasting money.
They can't afford to put.
They don't practice in New Jersey, but they have
that's
somebody
okay.
that does.
Yeah, the high schools can't afford to have the cameras under the basket for the shot clock, but they can afford to hire a law firm and take the other school to court. And the whole
Manasquan
state.
can, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, so some wild stuff there. All right, so the tease that I left you with before we went to break. I don't know if many of you saw this. Pat, you're a big watcher of documentaries and shows. Did you ever see this Charles Barkley and Julie Serving sit down?
No.
It was pretty cool. So it's the two of them in a room. They're dressed really nicely. It was, like I said, about 3 years ago. It might have had to do with the 75th all-time team being named. I don't know. But anyway, Barkley was playing the interviewer, and he was really, really good at it. And they shared stories, and it got towards the end, and Barkley went to reflective mode to Doc and was kind of like, asking him questions, anything you regret, this and that. But one of his questions really struck me because of the answer, and it was this. If you were building an NBA team, Julius Erving, who would be the first player that you would take to build that team around? And Doc looked at him and put his hands out with those, 25-inch long fingers. And he's like, is this seriously the question? Now, I'm paraphrasing. He's like, there's only one person. Now, I know the name that's going through everybody's mind. It's not him. He said Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. And he's like, is this even a question? There's no doubt in my mind. Now, Dr. J, I know a lot of you out there didn't see him play. I was lucky enough to see his whole career in the NBA and that whole story and all that, and talk to him through the years. He's one of the smartest NBA people I've ever been around. It's everything is thought out. And the late, great Phil Jasner used to tell me Dr. J stories of the two of them sitting down and talking basketball for hours. So it's not like Irving's just coming out and saying, this is a thought out. And the way he said it, I can't believe you guys would think anything else. So I throw it out there to you guys, and maybe we can do this throughout the show in other sports. But I'm going to take a name out, and that's going to be Michael Jordan. I'm going to take that name out. So let me know. If you were going to say Jordan, let me know, and then give me the name that you would take instead. But let us know, 610-632-0975. Pat, NBA, all-time team. They say, Pat, you have the first pick. Who is it? And you can't have Michael Jordan.
Initially, Jarvis Varnado did come to mind.
As did with many people.
I read a thought-provoking piece from the Daily News in the archives written by Bob Cooney about him. But it's ironic that I'm going to say this name because I hate this guy.
I think that's good of you.
This guy with an unhealthy passion. Magic Johnson.
If Michael Jordan was on the board, would you have taken Michael Jordan?
No, Magic Johnson.
Really?
Yeah, if I'm starting...
Well, two questions here. One, why do you loathe him?
I'm not going to get into a lot of reasons.
Okay.
I find him so incredibly fake and...
Oh, I thought it was basketball-wise why you he beat the Sixers.
No, I didn't watch him. It's just his personality just rubs me the wrong way.
Okay.
But if I'm starting a basketball team, I want the best point guard because he can make everybody better. And I think he's the best point guard to ever live. And his versatility, he could play multiple positions.
Yes.
So, I would go Magic Johnson.
As he did in, I think it was 1980 when he was a rookie and played center against
center, yeah.
And I was a kid, and I was in 7th grade, and my, air quotes, girlfriend broke up with me that same night that the Sixers lost to the... Think how devastating that was. Not only did the Sixers lose, number one, this girl that I guess I liked back then broke up with me on the same night. How could you do that to a guy like me who all I care about is sports, and you're going to break my heart too?
It's terrible.
Was her name Dakota?
No.
And did she move to
Her
Kentucky?
name was Kathy.
Kathy. It's always
She was
a
a
Kathy.
twin.
I've never met a good Kathy.
Well, funny
Never
thing-
met a good Kathy.
Let's
Did you
forward
hook up with
this.
her twin sister just to let her know what's up?
No.
Okay. That was
Very blunt
convincing.
and to the point.
Very convincing.
So a few years ago, I went to a grammar school reunion, and she was there.
Oh, okay.
Uh-huh. And she
all of a
lives-
sudden, she starts seeing Bob Cooney looking.
I work at the Fanatic.
No, she lives right across the street from my cousin. I found out. I mean, directly across the street. But no, I'm not bitter about it or anything at
All
all.
right, well, I'm bitter for you.
Yeah. What about you, BG? You have been anointed to start your all-time NBA basketball team, and you get to pick the first person. Who is it?
Yeah, so it's funny. When you first posed the question to us, I thought Dr. J was going to say exactly who Pat just said, Magic Johnson, because he's so versatile, can do anything. And that was initially going to be my pick until, I was thinking about it. It has to be LeBron. LeBron, to me, I know that's kind of cheating. He's in the same caliber as Michael Jordan.
That's not cheating at all.
But he does what Magic Johnson does, and he, in my opinion, obviously I didn't watch Magic Johnson. I saw some highlights. I feel like he does the same exact thing, maybe just a little bit better. He can go out there and get 40,000 points for the first time ever. Went to 8 straight NBA Finals. That guy can play point guard. He can go out there and be the shooting guard, small forward, power forward, and I'm pretty sure he can bang with any of the centers in the league for the most part. But if I was standing across from Dr. J, the one player I'd start my team with would be Joel Embiid, just to see his blood boil Like for some reason,
That's pretty
he does
good.
not give Embiid the credit he deserves. So I would pick Embiid in front of Dr. J just to see him like clench his fist and get mad.
You know,
I
as somebody who,
believe-
what's that? Go ahead.
I can't believe I didn't pick
think of that?
LeBron because I think LeBron's the best of all time, and I didn't pick him.
LeBron.
But immediately when you brought this topic up, I didn't go to best of all time. I went to position and facilitator. And LeBron is definitely that. I mean, don't get me wrong.
LeBron's going to wind up like one of the top 3 assist men of all time.
I mean, I don't think there is any wrong answers with your question, but I feel like the right one is probably LeBron. If you're taking Michael Jordan out of it, when I told you I wouldn't have taken Michael Jordan anyway. But
Yeah, I would have went LeBron over Jordan myself
Yeah.
anyway. I'm biased. That's who I grew up with. That is my GOAT. But
I
would've.
saw both. I just think LeBron is a specimen. Like, he is just a physical specimen.
Well, yeah, let's do the comparison. If you compare him to Magic Johnson, far better scorer, far better shooter, facilitator, Magic, ball handler. I don't know. If you ask LeBron James to play Magic Johnson's game, I think he could. Facilitate first, look to score second, and all that. Could you ask Magic Johnson to play LeBron James's game? I don't know if he could. But
yeah, no,
I think it's all opinion.
No, I think you're right, and it is different eras and stuff.
It is, because I sent a text to my friend Joey Merton, who's a few years older than me, and he didn't hesitate and said Bill Russell.
I got a text from my dad the second I said LeBron. And he said that's blasphemous. He's not better than Magic Johnson, Pat's pick. So
let me ask you.
Well, your dad doesn't like you.
You watched
not debatable.
You watched season 1 of Winning Time.
Yeah.
You were living during that era,
Right.
And you remember that team. How accurate was the portrayal of Magic Johnson as a teammate? Do you know?
The flamboyancy was all there, and he was like the first guy of my lifetime that came into a league, and it was like the league was gaga over him, not just because of his game.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It
Because
was the surrounding this guy, the smile, the how does anybody step into Los Angeles as a rookie and own the town? The hoopla that surrounded him was fascinating.
I bring it up because a big part of my thought process with this is going to be teammate-wise. Like, I wouldn't pick Kobe because Kobe would not be able to suffer on a bad team. Like, he would end up killing somebody.
Yeah, we saw it. He requested a trade from the Lakers when they were bad.
I mean, that dude's hatred for Smush Parker. It's like, dude, I'm sorry, he's just not. There's a level to your talent.
Kwame Brown, he did not deal with bad guys.
I mean, yeah, like he would just come in and like tell the entire team, you're not wearing my shoes because you're not good enough. I don't think you could build a team with Kobe Bryant because the team's going to be bad, and you need kind of a good teammate. I think that's one of the reasons why LeBron probably would be a good option. But the portrayal of Magic Johnson in the show was he was trying, but he was rubbing people the wrong way. So that's why I kind of lean once again towards BG's answer being correct.
Yeah, you got to want to play with a guy if you're building a team around him, I guess, right?
Did you answer?
I did not. Nobody asked me the question, so now you did.
No, we got a break.
No, we don't. We got plenty of time.
Yeah, bro, just throw us a break. Yeah.
All right. Well, I can bring up a.
Sixers lose on Brendan Gunn. No, what's your answer?
I as much as I do want to go with a point guard, I don't.
Well, you were a point guard, so that makes sense.
I guess I was. I don't know. Well, every team I played on had a lot of guards, so I really wasn't like a point guard. I was, believe it or not, I was kind of a scorer a little bit. I think I do have to lean towards the winning. This is tough. I wouldn't. LeBron is no.
Okay.
Magic is a good answer, but I wouldn't go there either.
Why LeBron no?
Why not LeBron now?
Yeah, like why are you saying no to LeBron?
I don't know. It's just a gut. I don't deny all his talents.
Yeah.
I don't know. All right, to me, LeBron James, when he won, he had great talent around him. I kind of want a guy that's going to win, even if but he did that
Dude,
in Cleveland also.
that team that he
fault.
dragged to the finals with Cleveland was brutal.
It's such a great question.
they were starting
I
Drew
never
Gooden.
saw Oscar Robertson play, but from what I hear, he just made everybody so much better.
Nobody said Wilt, which is crazy.
Well, Wilt wasn't about championships. That's like my dad was the first to teach me about that. I said, oh my God, he actually came out and said he wanted to lead the league in assists, and he did it. And my dad made a face, and I'm like, what's the matter? He goes, that wasn't what was best for that team. He did
That's
it
a good
because he
point.
wanted to prove he could do it. He goes, I don't like that kind of player. And so that's always stuck with me. I don't. It's weird, Pat. I really don't know who I would pick.
I mean, just say Isaiah Cannon and call it a day.
I was going to go Ish Smith at the beginning.
Henry
Tim
Sims.
Frazier.
Like Henry Sims is a good one.
TJ McConnell.
I
Like
would
he
go
gets
Byron
TJ
Mullins,
gets
but-
everybody involved. So I love Larry Bird.
I know
Larry Bird might be.
Larry
yeah.
Bird had that attitude about him.
And man, like I saw something on Twitter the other day, and people that didn't see Bird play, they'll see highlights and say like, oh yeah, he couldn't play in this league now. Don't fool yourself.
That dude could shoot.
And I'm not. He could shoot, he could pass, and he could rebound, and he could make people great, tremendous athletes look stupid.
The fact that he would come down the court and tell you exactly what he was about to do,
Yeah,
and then do it.
yeah.
You know, I know because he's a Celtic, he's hated, but
Oh, I hate the Celtics with a
don't-
passion.
I don't think he gets enough credit as a trash talker.
He might. Oh, he top in the league. They
Like
said
he was,
Yeah.
by all accounts, like I've heard stories about him just eviscerating guys.
Well, he broke his hand one night, like on a Friday night game, right? Broke his right hand. He's right-handed. I think they played Sunday, and took every shot left-handed and scored 31 points.
They went into
Like, think about that.
They went into a backstory in season 2 of Winning Time of how he got to Indiana State. And he just like, I don't know how accurate it is, but he shows up in jeans and like cooks.
For a pickup game. Yeah.
And cooks the team. And basically is like, yeah, I can start on your team. Like his attitude, man, is what you want. It was Kobe-esque before Kobe showed up.
Yeah.
It was that like, F you, I'm a killer. I'm going to dominate you. I'm going to let you know about it the entire time. He's definitely a good answer. I mean, he's one of the best to ever do it.
Somebody had on Twitter the other day, if you needed a foul shot, somebody to hit a foul shot for you for like, $100 million, who would you choose throughout your career? And they had Larry Bird on there was the person that started the question. Without a doubt, Larry Bird. He might be my answer. He might be my answer
Fun.
just because he makes everybody else so much better also.
Yeah, I don't think there's any wrong answers with the because you're picking.
Well, I think Jarvis Varnado might not be
I
the
mean,
right
I might go
answer.
Yao Ming just to sell some jerseys, like cash in on that.
Yeah, you're looking at the entrepreneurial side of it, which is also a good way of looking at it. But I thought it was an interesting answer, and yeah, it's like asking who's the top 10 players of all time, whatever. But you want to chime in on it, that's fine. 610-632-0975.
I think there's more that goes into it, though. I think I don't think it's as simple as like, oh, okay, I'll pick MJ, I'll pick LeBron. It's like you got to factor in you're starting a franchise. That franchise is going to be bad. Like they're going to be bad.
Yeah,
So you need a guy that's mentally tough enough to deal with that, and who
make
can
everybody
and who
around
can
them
still-
better.
Who can still be better. Yeah, it's.
I mean, Kobe's a great answer.
I don't think it is.
No,
I don't. I just think that, like when when the Lakers were bad and Kobe was a leader, like it wasn't good. Like,
Yeah,
he
Kobe was fortunate enough to join the team early on in his career with the Shaquille O'Neal, who could come in
Yeah.
and win right away. He could build his character up.
Yeah,
Then
like
they stunk for 5 years, and he was not happy. He had all the problems off the court in that period of time. And then later on, he became that veteran leader, I guess. But
I
that's because they
guess.
were winning.
Like I know it's sacrilege to say now, but I'm sorry. Like you come in and you tell your teammates like, take off my shoes. You're not good enough. You're to me you're a Jo. Like,
yeah.
That's there's being a leader and there's encouraging and there's tough love and then there's just like you're just a jerk. And to me, when you come in and say none of you are good enough, and then there was another story too of somebody tried to like talk to him like for an entire season. Kobe blew him off because like he just wasn't on his level. He wasn't good enough to talk to him. It's just. Yeah, I got turned off by Kobe more than I.
Yeah, it's a cool lore. It's a cool character,
Oh,
but
yeah,
it's not
people love
somebody
it.
that I want to start my franchise
People
with.
love it, but if you had to deal with it, you'd be
Yeah, if
like,
somebody came
"F
in
this
here
guy."
and was like, take my pop filter off the mic. You don't deserve to grace the same microphone as me.
Yeah.
I'd be like, kick rocks.
And like he's an all-time great, but I just think that when the chips were down and they didn't have Pau Gasol and they did have Smush Parker, and they didn't have Lamar Odom, but they had Kwame Brown. Yeah, I don't think he really handled it too well.
Yeah, that's a good point. Just something to throw out there. I was surprised that Julius Erving, when asked the question, the way he put it out there, like, wow, is this even a question? He came up with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I don't think many people would have that name on their list. Maybe not now because a lot of people didn't see him play. But when we get back, we're going to dip into the Eagles a little bit more because I want to know, what kind of mood do you think Howie Roseman's in? Are we getting like little hints of what he's going to do for this offseason? Is it just a total mystery to you? And also, Pat wants to dive into position groups because there's a lot of them that the Eagles are going to have to address. This is the John Kincade Show here at 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
A fourth quarter to forget. I'm Brendan Gunn, and this update is brought to you by Bradford White Water Heaters. When you need a new water heater,
Here at 97.5 The Fanatic. Rough couple of days, well, different couple of days, I should say, here at The Fanatic behind the scenes. Of course, we're celebrating, of course, all over the world today, March 7th, Pat Egan's birthday.
World.
And as we celebrate today, we're going to have our knees chopped out from under us tomorrow, as tomorrow will be quite a sad day, as our sales expert, MBG, decides to leave us and go trail some different
Yeah, I'm not happy about that.
travels. No, none of us is.
I told her what I wanted for my birthday was for her to stay.
And she was unequivocally said no.
And she decided, no, I'm going to go better my life.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, pretty selfish of her.
Yeah, now she's throwing things around the
Because
studio and all. And
she's-
she thinks she's making it better for us by sitting in on our show like the last couple of days, which we love, which is cool.
Yeah.
And, she came up with all these ideas for your birthday, Pat.
Yeah, she's
And,
great.
So she wrote a list for me to go out and get stuff, and which I thought was a little, okay, I already have one wife. I don't need somebody else telling me what to do, but whatever. So I hope I did everything you needed, MB, to make Pat's birthday the great day it's going to be. But we have game time coming up at 8:30. That kind of passed my mind there, BG. You should have reminded me.
I forgot myself.
Yeah. So do we have anything planned?
I'll come up with something.
All right, there you go. You got to hold
Okay,
9
you got
minutes.
9 minutes.
Yeah. So
Let the man cook.
we got that going on. Also, let's not forget at 9 o'clock, Kate Scott is going to join us. So rough couple of days for the Sixers, losing back-to-back games. Try to get a little bit more healthy and go into tomorrow against New Orleans. They have a stretch coming up of really, really tough games. And there's still some back-to-backs to go. And you're not going to get Kyle Lowry in back-to-backs. And now we find out that DeAnthony Melton is going to be shelved. I half heard it. I don't know if they said 2 or 3 weeks they're going to revisit it. They may have said in 2-3 weeks. I'm anxious. What happened to the Joel Embiid update?
Yeah.
Last week we were supposed to get something early next week.
Well, we could get it today, though.
It's not early. They could have said just next week at some time.
Yeah, we'll get it on April 1st, and then they're going to be like, April Fools, another 3 weeks.
Yeah, the update to the update is coming.
So we'll check in with Kate to see if she's heard anything more about that.
Yeah, Melton's out at least another 2 weeks, they said.
At least another 2, and that's when he's going to be reevaluated.
Yeah, so
that all that means is that at that time is
2
maybe.
plus.
I don't imagine
Yeah.
he's going to be back out there. I mean, they shut him down twice with the back injury. It doesn't sound too promising.
No, I would say you can't count on that.
No, and the back. A back is so. And the fact that he tried to come back and boom, he was. Now, that's another weird thing to me. So he comes back, plays one game, goes to the next, it twinges, boom, you're out, get out of here. With Embiid and Maxey, they showed you they were hurt during the game, but you put them back in. I still find
doesn't make a ton of sense to me.
No,
either,
it
but
doesn't.
It's malpractice.
All right, so Buster Olney yesterday. We're going to dive deeper into the Eagles like I teased last break, but since we have game time coming up soon, I don't want to dive too deep into that subject. So Buster Olney predicts the Phillies to not only go to the World Series yesterday, Pat, on Andrew Salchunas' show, but to win it. Now, I don't have proof that he wasn't on a New York station yesterday and said the Yankees are going to win it too. Who knows? Maybe Buster just likes to appease whatever fan base he is speaking to. But I wanted to do this before we get into game time, play a little game with you guys. It's prediction time when it comes to the Phillies, I'm sorry. Off day yesterday, Aaron Nolan going today for a spring training game. But I want to hit you guys up with a couple questions before we do get to game time. Put your thinking caps on, boys, and see what you got here. Pat, I'll start with you. I need a combined win total. And people come up with this, win total stuff doesn't matter anymore for pitchers. To me, it still does because, winning a game, and especially with these two because they do put in their innings. So I want a win total combined, Aaron Nola and Zach Wheeler from you, Patrick Egan.
I would go with 29.
Exactly the number that I had. How about you, BG? What do you got?
If
I
you
was
take
sitting right
something
at
other than
30.
20.
I was
okay.
sitting at 30, so right above it. That's my magic number for those two guys. Aaron Nola has to get more wins than 12 this year. That's what he got last year. I think he was 12-9.
Because he puts in the innings. Like, I know
It's
the
an
argument,
even
people,
year.
starting pitchers, winning doesn't really, the number of win doesn't matter. When you're putting in 6-7 innings, Yeah, it kind of
And
does.
they can
for these
fluctuate.
guys.
I mean, we saw Taiwan Walker lead the National League
Yeah, that
up
was
until
weird.
August with 15 wins. So
And
I
that's-
expect the Phillies to hit better this year.
That's why people go like,
Right.
it's not important. It's when you have Taiwan Walker leading, baseball or whatever and wins, and the guy's doing it with a 4.5 ERA. It's a little deceiving, is all.
Right. Well, I put it out there anyway. Kyle Schwarber, I'll start with you, BJ. Kyle Schwarber, home runs and RBIs.
I'm going to go 39 home runs. I've never seen a Philly hit 40 in back-to-back years, so obviously I haven't
No,
seen
this would
anybody.
just- this would be
No, that's what I mean.
back-to-back.
That's what I mean. And I've
you've
never seen
it
him
before. Okay.
Schwarber, and obviously I've never seen it 3 years in a row. That's tough sledding for me.
Wait, didn't Ryan Howard do it?
Did Ryan Howard go 40 in a row or did he get hurt?
Oh, my God. He went that 5-year
58, 48.
stretch.
I thought 47.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
But
you're right.
I'll look it up for you.
In 10 years, I haven't seen it.
Right. So you got 39 home runs. What about RBI?
RBIs 112.
Ooh, from that leadoff spot, because it appears that is where he is going to be. I'm going to go down on the home runs a little bit. I'm going 37, and I'm also going down on RBIs. I'm going to say 94. Patrick, home runs, RBIs for one. Kyle Schwarber, your leadoff hitter for the Philadelphia Phillies.
Dude, real quick.
You're
Listen
gonna give us
this-
Ryan
listen
Howard
to
numbers
this
that go through the-
4-year stretch from Ryan Howard. 58 and 149 MVP year. 47 and 136. 48 and 146. So I flipped them. And then 45 and 141.
Wow.
Led the league in
Best player in
RBIs
baseball
through
through
Yeah,
the
that's
4
insane.
years.
I totally misremembered. I thought he got hurt or something
I
in
knew
between
I
that.
knew he hit 48 and 47, or I flipped it. It was 47, 48. But for Schwarber, I will go with 43 home runs,
Uh-huh.
and I will go with 106 RBI.
Okay. Trey Turner, probably your number 2 hitter. Batting average this year, Pat, I'll start with you. I'll start with me. I went with 298.
First number that came to mind was 297.
Is that right? All right.
Yeah.
Well, that's what you're in the books for. What about you, BJ?
I'm going 305. I think him
Look at
and
you.
Harper are going to be
There you go.
up in the MVP caliber numbers this year. Like, I'm going above that. I think he's comfortable now. He's settled in with the contract. The pressure isn't there. He's settled in with his family life at home in a new place, setting up where he's going to live for the next decade. All the off-field issues are gone. I think he's going to come through with a big year this year, 305.
Wow. Love it. All right, Rojas. Stolen bases for your man, Johan Rojas. What do you got, Patrick?
I will go with 32.
All right, BG?
27.
Okay.
Kevin Long had good words for him yesterday. Said he's a major league hitter and he likes what he sees this offseason. So I expect him to be on base, and I expect him to obviously be on the opening day roster as
He's
the
all
starter.
swolled up, too. You can't forget
He's
about that.
bunting now
He is bunting now.
for base hits, mind you.
Well,
so he's
we'll
getting
see.
on the base pass.
Yeah, well, that's all good. I go low because I think something's going to happen where it's not. He's your everyday center fielder without a doubt for 150 games.
Your
I
guy
think
Pache is going to take his spot.
it's not taking of his spot. I think it's just at a time this year it's going to be, he needs to we need to back off of him being your everyday center fielder after 2 years. So I have him at 21 stolen bases. I have it low. All right, here's one that I love. Nick Castellanos combined home runs and doubles. Now, I went into last year saying that I thought he was going to have a bounce-back year, and I needed that number to be over 60. And then, sure enough, I think he wound up at like 68, 66, 68, something like that. That's when he's at his most productive. What do you guys say? Combined home runs, doubles for one, Nick Castellanos.
I'll go 60.
Right
You're
on the
going
dot.
right on the dot. Okay.
Yeah, I do tend to agree that he's going to get 60 or above. I think he's much closer to the player we saw last year than he was in his first year here. Like, that's his baseball card number. I expect him to get to that number again. Now, is he going to be the all-star that he was last year? I don't know.
I forgot he was the all-star.
Yeah, he was our
That's
all-star
right,
with Craig Kimbrell as well. But
Yeah.
I don't know if he'll make that game, but I expect the same kind of year out of him this year.
That's what he
So
is.
give me a number.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, he's a 25,
Did you give me a number?
30.
I'll go 61.
All right, I have 63 for our boy Nick Castellanos. We'll do that throughout the before the Phillies start their season on March 28th, right?
March 28th, correct.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's quickly approaching. Pat, you might want to start turning on your TV to those spring training games.
Yeah, I might. I might want to.
I don't think you're going to.
Probably not.
No.
I can't can't muster the energy.
All right. Do you expect to see more from the Flyers before tomorrow's trade deadline?
I would expect maybe like one other minor move.
Now Haley,
And I don't even have a name for you really, but
well, okay, yeah, because
I don't think
Haley
it's
was
gonna be
putting out there Stahl, and she's like, "Oh, time to get rid of Stahl. You got to." I question that because of his like. What are you getting for a Stahl?
I don't think you're
Mark
getting
Stahl?
anything. I mean,
Yeah.
it's the only thing with Mark Stahl that I could see is just if you're a team that is in the playoffs, that is a very, very young receiving core, very young D core. He's not going to cost you anything. You get him in the room. He's played a lot of playoff games,
Yeah.
a lot of big games too. Most of them when he was with New York. So you bring him in to kind of be the veteran leader and kind of show the guys the I guess
Yeah, you're
what to
down
expect.
defenseman now.
But he's not going to play.
No.
So I mean, you know, if the Flyers want like a 7th round pick, 6th round pick, yeah, I'm sure the team will give him that. But I don't think many teams are calling about Mark Stahl. Now that's not to say you can't get traded.
Yeah, and
But
maybe you get
I mean,
a little
I thought
something,
Ryan
but-
Poling was a guy, and then they re-signed him. So I don't know, but I would
Sealer with a contract extension
yeah, so
yesterday.
he's not going anywhere. I mean, as I said, maybe one other move, but it'll be probably low, and it'll probably be like a 4th or 5th round pick or something.
All right, so we'll keep an eye on that Flyers trade deadline tomorrow. But today, March 7th, internationally known as Pat Egan's birthday, and it is game time on this day.
Relax.
Yes. So as we all know, it's our guy Pat Egan's birthday today.
Hey, happy birthday, Pat!
The big Cole Hamels year, 35. So today in game time,
Unfortunately.
what better way to celebrate Pat's birthday than giving him a day off where he can just enjoy game time? So we're playing How Well Do You Know Pat Egan?
Oh,
and if
I
you're not
love
a
it.
fan of the show, you're not going to get a lot of these. Bob's going to be able to come out of the bullpen if he feels like it, if he wants to save, if he thinks you're a good guy.
I'll tell you what, real quick, can we get MBG's mic on? Because
Yeah.
nobody here knows Pat as well as her.
Yeah, let's get her
she knows-
mic
So,
on.
knows you
MBG,
very
we're going
well.
to get your mic on here, and you're going to have to help me out in game time.
So her
All right?
mic is on, and for
All
all
right.
those that don't know, you're probably wondering why Katy Perry's playing right now. Well, Pat Egan's had a couple of cars in his lifetime, and one CD has made it to each and every car. It's a Katy Perry CD.
Actually,
So,
two.
Two
CDs. So one's Katy Perry. The other one is a Baja Men CD that does not feature Who Let the Dogs Out. I made sure to get the other album.
You got the
of
album
Baja
cuts
The
on
only-
that one.
the
Men.
only
Yeah,
other
the
one.
only other one. Yeah, and it turns out there's not 3 Baja Men. There's like 12 of them.
Okay, so what kind of great prizes do we have going on today?
Today, we got a Bucks Beer Bash pass for 2 people. We got a 4-pack of tickets to the 25th annual Greater Philadelphia Boat Show. A pair of tickets to the Ring of Honor presents Super Card of Honor at the Leah Core Center. We got Ludacris on July 27th at the Hard Rock Cafe. A pair of tickets to that. A pair of tickets to see the Sixers and Pelicans tomorrow, March 8th. And a pair of tickets to see the Sharks and Flyers on Tuesday. It's a Grateful Dead night down at the Wells Fargo Center for that one. So we got a ton of
sweet.
great prizes for the people.
Wow.
I guess we'll start with Richard and Cherry Hill.
All right, Richard and Cherry Hill. Are you ready for game time? How well do you know Pat?
I hope pretty well.
All right, if not, you have help here with myself and MBG, who is Pat's best friend at the station. All right.
All right, here's the first question. Pat Egan is the second most famous alumni from this former Philadelphia high school, ranked only behind former Villanova great Shane Clark and just ahead of former Villanova legend Kyle Lowry. What high school is it?
Oh, Bob, could I have a little help?
MBG, you have this, don't you? Her mic is not on. Let's see. Well, I'll tell you what. Give it a try now. Yeah, you got to turn it on. Hit that red button
Yeah,
there,
just-
MBG.
Just
Come on,
hit the-
you can
just
do
hit the
it.
button.
Where?
Right behind your. She's on.
This
Go
is
ahead.
great.
Talk to your mic.
Oh, I'm good.
There
Okay.
you go. All right. Do you know what high school Pat Egan went to?
I do.
All right.
It
The answer is
Cardinal Doherty.
Cardinal Doherty is correct. Richard, you are a winner. Hold on a
CD
sec.
what? HS.
And Richard's going to win a pair of tickets to the Bucks Beer Bash on Saturday, March 9th at the Fuge in Warminster. Check out over 30 local breweries, wineries, distilleries, plus music, food, and fun. Visit bucksbeerbash.com.
I just coughed and Pat gave me some great advice. He says, "Don't die on me."
Yeah, it just,
I'm trying
it would
not
ruin
to.
my birthday and it'd make game
Oh
time
my
awkward.
gosh! All right, Kenny in South Philly, you're on to play. How well do you know
Hey.
Pat Egan? What's up, Kenny?
Oh, I hope real well. Great show, guys.
Thank you, buddy.
Happy birthday.
Thanks, Kenny.
All right, here we go. Even though he did not attend this university, he's probably the biggest fan of this Big Five school. What school is it?
I believe it's Temple.
It is Temple,
It
Kenny.
is Temple.
It is.
Kenny, way to go,
Let's go,
buddy.
T for Temple U.
Good job.
University.
Kenny's going to win what?
A 4-pack of tickets to the 25th Annual Greater Philadelphia Boat Show, March 15th through 17th at the Expo Center at Oaks. Visit PhillyBoatShow.com for details.
MBG, you're not nervous here, are you? All right?
No, I feel great.
She always has this
I'm just a
smile and laugh.
natural.
Yeah.
Like, you can say tuna fish to her, and she'll just start laughing
Yeah,
uncontrollably.
she is perfect for your self-confidence.
I wonder what she takes in the car on the drive into work
Yeah,
each day,
it's-
but, you
it's
know,
gummies.
after
Oh my
tomorrow, we'll
gosh.
never know because she's not going to work with us
Quitting.
anymore anyway. David in Blackwood, you're here to play. How well do you know Pat? What's up, David?
What's going on, guys?
How you doing, buddy?
Pat?
Thanks, David.
All right, let's go. Pat was live on the
Let's go.
air for the most important moment in Philly sports history. What was that moment?
The Eagles Super Bowl.
That is correct.
David, very good.
That is correct.
Pat, what was your reaction when the David, hold on 1 second. We'll get you the prize that is.
A pair of tickets to go see Ludacris on July 27th at the Hard Rock Cafe and the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Atlantic City.
So-
Get tickets at Ticketmaster.com.
Bob knows that Ludacris going in on the verse.
If
Never been defeated, he
David
won't
was
stop
to
now.
call you and say, like, hey, Pat, why don't you run with me to that? You in?
Yeah, I'd go see Luda. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're all in on Luda?
Face down, ass up. I can't say the next line, but people know it.
Some
Rip the
people-
pants, rip the skirt. I can't say the next line, but people know it.
Some people know it, yeah. All right, here's a familiar face. John in the Northeast is here to join us for How Well Do You Know Pat? What's up, John?
What do you say? Happy birthday, Eve.
Thanks, John.
All right, each morning, Pat gets his day started with a coffee from this coffee company that has its headquarters in Philadelphia. What coffee brand is it?
Oh, man. What are you drinking, Eves? I think that.
Well, you have help here in me and MBG.
Yeah, I knew the first three. I'm going to need help on this one now.
MBG, I'm going to have to go to you on this one.
The coffee company is La Colombe.
It is indeed.
Oh,
La
John, you
Colombe.
owe MBG greatly. Good job.
Yeah.
We don't have like a ding, ding, ding when somebody wins. I guess not. All right,
No,
John,
you're-
hold on there.
Yeah, well,
Well, Pat was saying correct.
I said
I'll play
correct.
the ding, ding, ding if you want the
yeah.
ding, ding, ding.
I
got
like
it.
ding,
Lock
ding,
along,
dings.
man.
I hear Pat's. I don't hear ding, ding, ding an awful lot. But all right, what is John from the
This
Northeast
guy,
win yet
fries
again?
aren't done. A pair of tickets.
Wait, what did he say? I missed it.
fries aren't done.
A pair of tickets to the Ring of Honor presents Supercard of Honor April 5th at the Leah Core Center. Tickets on sale now at rohtix.com.
All right, I might be dying in here because you turned the heat up to 90, Pat.
Oh, okay.
I am dying in here. All right, let's
Like
go to
to get a nice-
Liam in Conshohocken. Liam, what's
like to get a
going on?
nice-
How well do you know Pat?
Good morning, guys. Happy birthday, Pat.
Thank you, Liam.
All right, Pat has a dog named after this former Phillies legend. What is his dog's name?
I got to go to the crowd on this one. I don't know.
So I'm getting the feeling that people just call in on game time and don't ever listen to this
I was
show.
trying
Am I
to
right?
expose him.
No,
That's what I was
I,
trying to do.
no, I think it's more like when I talk, people tune out.
Oh, that could be too. MBG knows this. I'm going to let her give a crack at it, Liam.
Your dog's name?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say J-Roll. Jimmy
J-Roll is
Rollins.
correct.
J-Roll
Okay.
is
J-Roll
correct.
is correct, yes.
Way to go,
I got it.
MBG. Yeah,
Fastest dog
she's like
alive.
a Phillies closer over here, all the saves that she has. What do you got for him?
Liam won a pair of tickets to go see the Flyers and Sharks Tuesday, March 12th at the Wells Fargo Center. Get tickets at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com.
All right, we got another one here. How well do you know Pat? Sean from Mount Laurel. You're on How Well Do You Know Pat?
Hey, happy birthday, Pat.
Thanks, Sean.
All right, any advertiser is lucky when they get a guy like Pat to do their live reads on air. But Pat does an extremely
They
good
just don't
job
know it.
for this men's enhancement product. What men's enhancement product is it?
Oh, God. Iron Mountain?
No, man.
That's all we have for you.
BlueChew.com, promo code Fanatic.
Sorry, Sean.
All you're
Good
doing is
try.
paying $5 for shipping. They're giving you a month for free. Promo code Fanatic.
Don't you start yelling on your birthday, okay? Happy face. Keep the voice down. It's okay.
It's the first
Sean
chewable that has the
confused
same
you with
active
somebody
ingredients
else.
as
That's
Viagra
okay.
and Cialis.
Look, Sean isn't there yet.
Just
He'll
'cause
pay
it's my
more-
birthday doesn't mean
he'll
I'm not
pay
moving
more
product.
attention
I'm
when
moving
Limp comes
product.
around. Okay, we'll see what happens. Anthony and Delco, how well do you know Pat today?
Good morning, everyone. Happy birthday, Pat.
Thanks, Anthony.
All right, here's his question. Pat is an encyclopedia of knowledge across all topics, but none more so than this Disney sports movie franchise starring Emilio Estevez. What movie franchise is it?
Mighty Ducks.
Yes, correct.
Mighty Ducks is correct. Good job,
I am
Anthony.
an expert in that franchise.
Yes, you are.
I could break it down like no one else.
I'm proud of you for it. What does Anthony get?
He gets a pair of tickets to go see the Sixers and Pelicans tomorrow at the Wells Fargo Center. To purchase tickets for any Sixers game, visit Ticketmaster.com/76ers.
All right, let's do a couple more here because so many people know you so well, Pat.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, we got Brenton in Harrisburg. Brenton, what's going on?
Hey, good morning, guys. Happy birthday, Pat.
Thanks, Brenton.
All right, here's your question. Outside of sports, Pat makes the big bucks on YouTube making videos recapping 2 entertainment mediums. What are they?
Movies and
Same idea.
Movies. Yeah, movies and Netflix stuff. Like
Yeah, that's
Good enough.
Yes.
Yes. Good job,
Yes,
Brenton.
movies and TV shows.
I thought he was going to say porn.
I could. I mean,
Oh, I think I just hung up on Brenton.
Brenton, please call
Brenton,
back.
call back. Yeah,
And you're
I
gonna,
hit the right button.
he's also going to win a pair of tickets to see Ludacris July 27th at the Hard Rock Hotel and Cafe, or Casino, not Cafe, in Atlantic City. Get tickets at Ticketmaster.com.
It's a casino. No food for you. All right, last one of the day. Antonio in Bryn Mawr. Antonio, how well do you know Pat Egan?
I'm hoping pretty well.
All right, good man. Here we go.
All right. Pat also makes a profit selling magnets with the final score from the most monumental win in Philadelphia sports history. What is that score?
41, 37, or 30, 38.
Oh man.
Oh, Antonio.
41.33, $5 2
points.
for shipping. I got to mail one out tomorrow.
Yeah.
Sold one
do
on
you?
I sold one on eBay. Yeah, the other day.
I
I
have to-
probably
I have to
sell
get
like,
another one
I
from
probably
you.
sell like 4 a month on eBay.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Congratulations
but if you come to me
on your
directly, it's cheaper.
success.
Yeah, not to brag, but like we're moving product here.
All right,
it's not
so-
just Blue Chew; it's magnets as well.
We had Pat's mom in earlier today, building on this. How well do you know Pat Egan and all? So his mama said, "Can you give me a story about Pat?" And she said, "Yeah, he came late. He made me wait 3 extra weeks. He was actually due like February 19th. Didn't come out until March 7th. But it was a snowstorm, and somehow T-Dog said that they got a police escort.
Yeah, because my dad ran a red light. So he ran a red light in a snowstorm because he's a bad boy, and they got pulled over by the cops. And he's like, "Hey, my wife's having a baby," and the cop wasn't doing anything. So he was like, "All right, well,
Follow me?
I guess, yeah." I mean, I
The importance of you.
I was charging on through the birth canal. Like,
Wow. You were ready. After 3 weeks of waiting, you're like, all right, I'm good to go.
I was like Derrick Henry hitting.
What
the
were
hole.
you waiting for? Like Phillies to open the season or like, I don't know,
It was
trade
like,
deadlines?
I didn't really plan it well. I think the Punxsutawney Phil came out and said it was going to be 6 more weeks of winter, so I was like, let's hold out. But and then it started getting cramped. So started
Cramp.
Yeah, it started
to get tight in there.
It started to get a little cramped, hot.
Yeah.
I was sweating. It was like Bob Cooney in the studio right now. So I decided, you know what?
You're asking me not to die, but you're killing me here.
Now's the time.
All right. MBG, give us a Pat Egan story.
Okay, so this happened recently. Pat, when I start talking about it, he's going to know. We went to a screening of Dune 2 recently. And before we went to the screening, we went to Nifty 50s to get some dinner. And we
Big
got
spender you are, Patrick.
we got
Good job.
milkshakes to go. So we get there, and Pat is obviously an expert at how to sneak food into movies. So we put the milkshakes in our arm sleeves, and we go in, and we're standing there.
We're strapped. We are
Yeah.
strapped with shakes.
Yeah. I'm like trying to keep it in my arm sleeve, and then we
We're
get
packing
in,
heat.
and we get turned away. But it was funny because the whole time,
Oh, you got turned away.
There was no
Oh,
guests.
you weren't allowed to bring guests, right? Okay.
yeah, no guests.
Okay.
So
And
it
they
was just
felt
funny because we
really
were
bad
standing
about
there like trying to hide the fact that we had like milkshakes the size of our arms
Yeah.
in our jackets.
So the next day, I saw the same marketing people, and I was like, yeah, what you guys didn't see was the fact that I was literally like packing heat with the milkshake that I bought from Nifty 50s, snuck it in, and I was hiding it under my hoodie. And yeah, I've never shown up at a movie theater and been turned away while I was packing, and so that was a first for me.
Huh. And you pack almost endlessly when you go to movies.
I'm habitual with sneaking food. Yeah, we could play a whole game time on.
Is that a violation?
As if I snuck food in or not.
Is it
I
a
always get a
human
drink.
violation?
I always buy a drink there. I'm supporting the cause.
Okay.
But,
Everyone
like,
sneaks
yeah,
food into
like,
movies.
let's
Do
sneak
they?
in. Yeah, it's
We
like,
used to sneak
Yeah.
beers in, but you don't have to do that anymore because they sell beers there,
a
don't
little,
they?
little Chick-fil-A and a crepe. Like, why not?
That was one of the funniest times. We're in the movie theater and we sneak in some beers and stuff. One of my friend goes to get one out and it slips out of his hand. and all you hear is the bottle rolling down the aisle
really?
for like 15 seconds, and a guy coming around with the flashlight. And we're all sitting there trying to hide the beers in our jacket.
Me and a guy that actually used to do MBG's job, John Foliano, we went to go see. We were both off. We went to go see 3 billboards outside of Ebbing, Missouri, which was nominated for an Oscar. I think it won a couple awards. A very serious movie, and we went to like a 10 o'clock movie, in the morning, and this couple shows up, and I mean they put back at least a 6, 7, 8 beers in
Peace.
yeah, and
Wow,
at one
that's
point
impressive.
it was like, of all the movies you picked to come and get drunk at, this movie,
Yeah, right.
it was so that was my movie going experience of dealing with drunk people at a movie.
Interesting. See,
But,
now you know why I don't go to movies. All right, when we get back, we're going to dive more
they're
into
your
Howie. We're going to dive more into Howie Roseman. Where is he right now? What kind of a mood do you think he's in? Different evidence going both ways of maybe where he's at. Pat wants to dive into where he should look position-wise. That didn't come out right. A lot of stuff going on as far as the Eagles go, and we're going to hit on it when we get back here. John Kincade Show, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Sixers blow it in the fourth. I'm Brendan Gunn, and this update is brought to you by Indeed.com. You don't need a job site. You need a hiring platform. Indeed lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from one place. Start at Indeed.com/credit. After 3 quarters, the Sixers led the Memphis Grizzlies by 12 points. Then the fourth quarter came, where the team was outscored 34-16. The team battled without Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey, and Kyle Lowry, but ultimately lost 115-109. The Eagles made news yesterday when the team released Avonte Maddox, though the two sides remain open to a reunion, according to Adam Schefter. The move saved
Just keep rolling in. Ray Dunn in the house. Off of his championship game last night.
Yeah, how about
Temple
that,
women's
man?
basketball. Congratulations, Ray Dunn. They couldn't have done it without you.
Ray Dunn's peacocking around here as a champion today.
I got to tell you, he looks, in the words of my dad, after a long night of having fun, he looks a little sluggish today.
He was actually pissed off when he came in and saw all the stuff that you guys did for me, and he went, I thought this was for the Temple women's basketball program.
We can change some things out and
Clinching
make
the
it
American
that way if we
Athletic
want.
Conference when they were predicted to be like 10th in the league.
Yeah,
But they ended up winning that.
We can't get that on the YouTube channel, what your desk looks like today, can we?
Not really, but it's there's confetti all over the place.
Confetti everywhere.
Yeah, there's
We have
like
birthday
signs,
hats.
birthday candles. It's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoever did that did a great job.
His name was Bob Cooney, and I walked
right, it
into
was.
it, and it was awesome. Real quick, so wanted to give a shout out to a local business, Federal Donuts. There's plenty of.
Oh, I
locations around.
love us some Federal Donuts.
If you're in the area of a Federal Donuts, make sure to go there either today or tomorrow because they currently have a special donut, and it is.
Is it the Pat Egan?
No,
Oh.
it is called Porter's Peep, and a portion of the proceeds go to CHOP.
Oh, cool.
So either today or tomorrow, go or order like 12 of them or whatever. But
What's the closest Federal to you that you always hit
I
up?
went yesterday to the one in Wynwood. There's
Okay.
one in the Whole Foods, but they have a bunch of locations.
Sure.
But it ends tomorrow, and the proceeds go to a great cause. It was designed by one of CHOP's patient ambassadors. So head over there, make sure to buy one, buy 10, but proceeds go to a good cause. So
Good. Good job by you. I got a phone call from my sister yesterday who was a huge Baltimore Ravens fan. I mean, decked out. You should see the outfit she wears on game days. Like, there's just purple everywhere, and, like, she literally is in love with Joe Flacco. But she called me yesterday, and she goes, my God, that Jason Kelsey stuff was awesome, wasn't it? She goes, I don't even know the guy, and I was crying my eyes out. And I said, yeah, it was pretty cool. And she said that yesterday on the morning show that she watches, one of the national ones, that they brought up the story about him and the trainer taping his ankles to go out for the press conference for the final time.
Yeah, it's funny. I don't think I realized how much of a national story he was until this retirement. I knew he was like a cult hero here, a local legend. I didn't realize it went across the whole country. Like ABC World News, you guys were talking about yesterday.
Yeah, David Muir
had it. Like I didn't realize that, and it's kind of cool to see how people are viewing his retirement from a national schedule or a national view as well.
Did you guys see the video on his podcast? Did you see that, Pat? All of the people that came to congratulate him.
Yeah, did you notice one was missing? Well, actually, there was two that jumped out to me that were missing.
There was two quarterbacks he played with. I noticed one that was missing, if that's what you're talking about.
So that was one. Yeah, Carson Wentz wasn't there.
Oh, yeah.
There's another one that I found interesting that was missing from the video montage. She claimed to be an Eagles fan. She might be dating one of the two people. Travis, you couldn't get your girlfriend to give a shout-out to one of the all-time greats? I don't want to hear Taylor Swift's an Eagles fan anymore. I'm done.
I heard she's camera shy.
I'm done.
Yeah, totally.
And I heard she's a great human being and all that, but I'm done. I was like, dude.
We don't want your pop tarts.
Yeah, you're supposed to be an Eagles fan. You can't give it a little, hey, by the way, Taylor Swift here. Great career. That's all we needed.
They had Shaq on there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
Shaq
was
was
awesome.
pretty funny.
If you get a chance to watch it, and it got me a little emotional, like watching it. You watch both of them. I'll tell you what, man, their relationship is something that I really hope my two sons have with each other because they're so close that it is like both those parents did a great job raising those kids because they're such close brothers and it's awesome to watch their relationship where they're legitimately happy for the other if something goes right and they're the biggest cheerleaders and it's cool to see.
It's cool to see because they're very similar in their career path, but they're very different people. They're not the same, but they're so close and they see each other's point of view.
Yeah, and it's just it was really cool all the shout outs and whatnot and seeing Jason kind of soak it in and yeah, man, it sucks. It sucks it's over. But you appreciate the good times.
It's funny you brought that up because I was thinking the same thing yesterday about how close they are. And the mother and father giving their tributes and saying what a privilege it's been. Look, these guys can make all the money in the world, and they make a ton of money, and it probably benefits their parents in some ways. There's nothing richer than those parents looking at those two kids get along the way they do. I'll tell you, my greatest memories in life of my kids, and not to sound like a jerk, but I'm sitting at home one day, sitting on my front porch waiting for my son, who was probably about 8, come a couple of houses down from his bus stop. He was at the point, he's like, Dad, you don't have to walk me home. But, I could see the bus come. So one of the parents comes running, and he's like, you might want to get to the bus stop. Why? Bobby's fighting somebody. So my son Bobby was like 8 years old.
Whooping
I
that
go
ass.
down there, and he just has his head down. He's throwing punches left and right.
Like Ralphie from
Christmas Story.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I thought in my mind.
So, break him up or whatever. And I'm like, Bobby, what are you doing? Well, the boy that he was fighting was making fun of his brother Tommy, who has autism. So he went, I was like, I almost felt like pushing him back. I was saying, go get him,
in there.
go get him some more.
Go in there. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not pulling him off.
And then another time, maybe a boy wasn't treating my daughter right. And without saying a word, we're sitting at a game, and my son Kyle gets up, sees the kid, and I turn around to talk to Kyle, and he's not there, and I look down the bleachers, and he's in the kid's face. And another kid said, yo, leave him alone. And Kyle said, I'll take you outside right now. Shut your mouth. And just went out. And
I got in one fight in my life, and it was because someone said something weird about my sister. Only time I've ever gotten in a fight. I'm not proud of it, but that's what I would do for my siblings.
No, be proud of it.
And then
absolutely be proud of it.
And then your mom got scared, and then you moved with your aunt and your uncle to Bel Air.
If only I had family that rich.
Yeah.
Don't get it.
It's, okay.
So, Pat, how would you rate your birthday so far today? Pretty good?
It's been good. Yeah,
Okay,
it's been
good.
cool, man. I think the older you get, the less, I guess, excited you get for birthdays. It kind of just become another day. But you guys have tried to make it special, and
we're trying our hardest.
Yeah, it's cool. I'll show it up for YouTube. So I come in, and Bob got me a card.
I did. I went to the card store yesterday, and I got Pat a card.
Very, very thoughtful. And I open it up, and it says, grandson, on your birthday. And then he signed it, Pop Bob. Because for those that might not have heard this story before, when we were traveling, we walked up to, I think, give our tickets at the gate at the flight.
Something, or we were getting lunch.
We were getting lunch, and we walked up to the hostess, and it's like, hey, how many? And I just don't even answer the question. I just go, he's my pop-up.
Me and my pop-up. And she's like, oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
And I was like,
Totally
damn, you can't even look at me and say you're not his pop-up. But she just went with it, so did I.
Yeah, exactly. So it was, so my pop-up, did all this, and MBG orchestrated the pictures and whatnot, and a lot of it. And
yeah.
So yeah, you guys have crushed it.
Oh, you're the best. That's why. All right. So it really kind of hit me yesterday when the Avante Maddox thing went down, and this comes on top of a couple weeks ago. It comes out that Howie Roseman either went to Hassan Reddick's people or Hassan Reddick, or somehow it came out that if you think you have somewhere better to go, we grant you permission to go look for a trade. So I wanted to pose this question to you guys because I have – oh, that's right. We have Kate Scott also. My fault. All right, we'll get back to this then.
Let's plan a little bit better, Bobby.
I know. It's my fault, and I have to apologize to Kate, too, because
I would if I were
had
you.
forgotten to get in touch with her earlier in the week. I got in touch with her last night, and she's so nice to come on with us right now. Kate Scott, how are you today?
Oh, my gosh. Once I heard it was Pat Egan's freaking birthday, I said, sign me up. Happy birthday, Pat. How you
Thank
doing,
you.
man?
Yeah. Kate, you'll know what it feels like to be 35 in a couple years, and back's tightening up a little bit, but I'm surrounded by people that like me, so that's cool.
Well, today we do, Kate. Today we like them. Yeah,
yeah. No,
we have to. Yeah. So we appreciate you joining us.
Yeah,
right.
It's my pleasure. Especially, I was kind of on the fence. I heard it was Pat's birthday, and I was like, okay, that'll probably motivate me to get my tush out of bed.
I felt horrible asking you. I texted
once
to
the birthday boy. Nah, it's fine. I already don't like you. But it was all about that.
Wow.
Once he started quoting ludicrous lyrics to you about 15, 20 minutes ago, that was the highlight of my morning. So I said, okay, I'll rally. I'll come on with the boys. No, I'm just kidding. It's great to be on with you guys.
I would love Kate. I would love to see Bob at a Ludacris concert.
I can hang.
Me too. Can we all go together?
Yeah, let's do that.
We can. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I think that'd be fun. Yeah, so take people behind the scenes. I texted Kate last night in the middle of the game because one of our bosses got in touch with me. He goes, hey, did you get in touch with Kate Scott? And I was like, oh, I didn't know. I'm filling in for John this week. I didn't know I was supposed to. So I texted Kate, and I was like, God damn, I'm getting her up early after back-to-back. So I apologize, and we thank you so much for being here.
All good.
Yeah, so listen, Kate, first question I have for you, only because I thought the Sixers were going to come out with some kind of a statement about Joel Embiid earlier this week. We haven't heard anything yet. Is there something in the plans to make an announcement of where he may be? Do you know?
That is an excellent question that, unfortunately, Bob, I do not know the answer.
Okay. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, but, I mean, it's been I'm staying hopeful. That's the word we keep coming back to, right? It's been great for me to see Joel around the team. I feel like that's a positive thing. But I think the hope is still that he'll be reevaluated sometime soon, and we will get that statement. And I'm just staying with what the guys have told all of us, that fingers crossed, hopefully he'll be back at the end of the month. Because,
Right.
The East is a frickin' mess right now, and, man, could we use him.
So, Kate, I posed this question to the boys earlier in the show, and I want to give it to you. When somebody like a Joel Embiid goes out, at least in my line of work, I used to always want to look at the team and say, okay, what gets better? What is good? What good comes out of him not being there? What have you seen? Like, for me, it's been Kelly Oubre. What have you seen with this team while Joel Embiid's been out that you say, okay, that's a good thing?
Yeah. Well, I love the positive thinking on your part, Bob, because I know that's not an easy thing for sports fans to do. I think Kelly, the last few games, has been really great to see that. I think, for me, seeing some small ball options. I know KJ Martin frustrated some folks a couple of days ago, but I think getting to see KJ get a little more run, because he was for a long time, once the trade happened early in the season, kind of buried down the list, and you weren't sure what was this guy going to be able to bring, because we'd all seen highlights of his the last couple of years in Houston, but how is he going to fit here? So that's been a positive for me. Nico Batum doing a little small ball center. I didn't know that Nico had that in him, but the follow-up jam last night, I was thinking, okay, Batum's showing me a little bit of something. I've been interested with the Mo Bamba, Paul Reed rotation there the last couple of games, right? Paul kind of getting pushed back to the bench for 3 games, Mo looking good and then struggling a bit, Paul coming back, and before he fouled out last night, 5th double-double of the season, battling with one of the more athletic, kind of like a Paul Reed, but just a little stronger in a Jaren Jackson Jr., but I think if I'm Paul, I'm looking at Triple J and saying, man, if I keep working out and keep lifting weights and stuff, maybe that's the prototype of what I could be in a few years. Energy, effort, really good at blocking shots. So I think that's all been good. And then I've been intrigued by some of the small options. Again, going back to the small ball center and having KJ out there. And then we have a plethora of guards now when it comes to the Sixers. So when Tyrese is healthy, when Kyle Lowry is not on the second half of a back-to-back, I thought it was fun the last couple of games that the Sixers won, seeing a bunch of guys out there together and kind of allowing Kyle to play point, like you and I talked about last time I was on, Bob, and having Tyrese get to be off ball, a little less responsibility, a little more opportunity to just attack and not have to worry about getting anybody else involved. So, it's not the situation any of us want to be in right now, but I think there's been a lot of positives to draw the last few weeks.
Kate, speaking of Kyle Lowry, the pride, obviously, of Cardinal Doherty High School.
Next to Pat.
Yeah, right next to me. What impact have you seen him make off the court with the team? Because he was brought here to not only play, but to also kind of add some veteran leadership. What have you firsthand seen from him?
It's been incredible, Pat. And I'm a huge intangibles person, because I think you can't win without a Joel Embiid. You can't win without somebody who's going to go out there and actually dominate numbers-wise, whatever sport it is that you're playing. But I think the way you get to championships is by having the guys who do that, who right now are Joel and Tyrese and Kelly and other guys. And then you have the guys like Kyle Lowry, who have been there, done that, seen everything, have been kind of every guy, whether it's a starter and an all-star, or coming off the bench and not playing very minutes the last few years, and knowing what that feels like for that player, and thus being able to talk to all of those guys in a way that they can relate to, knowing who to kick in the butt because they can take it, knowing who to kind of, pat them on the shoulder, pat them on the head, and say, it's okay, man, you got this, the more positive reinforcement type. And he's only been here, a couple of weeks, guys? And I've already seen him doing that with so many players in shoot-around, before the game, after games. And then it's really cool for me to see the interaction that he has with Nick Nurse during games. He told us after, I think it was his Sixers debut a couple weeks ago, that Nick had called a play, and in his first game as a Sixer, he's like, no, we're running this play for Tyrese. Just trust me, coach. And he has that trust from Nick Nurse because Nick was his assistant back in Toronto all those years ago. So I don't think that we can understate obviously it's great for everybody like you, Cardinal Doherty folks, North Philly folks, everybody who's so happy to have a Philly guy back. But then also just the player in the NBA that Kyle has grown into over the past 18 years. I think it could potentially be the perfect combination, and he could turn out, again, a lot has to go right, but he could be the perfect piece that the Sixers needed to pick up at the deadline if they're able to get healthy to push them further than they've gone in a whole long while.
Kate, best case scenario for this team finishing up this year as far as maybe a playoff seeding goes. Now, we can factor in whether Embiid's in there or not, or whether he gets back for a few games there at the end.
Yeah.
But where do you kind of foresee this team finishing up as far as the playoff seeding might go?
Man, such a difficult question to answer, right? I mean, 2 nights ago, the Knicks were 4, the Sixers were 5. 4 through 8 played in the East 2 nights ago. And going into last night's game, everything had scrambled because the Knicks and Sixers both lost 2 nights ago. The Magic and Pacers and Heat won. So, I mean, best case scenario, obviously, you'd love to be a top 6 to avoid the play-in so that if Joel comes back, those are a few less games that he has to play. So he maybe plays a little bit at the end of the season, starts to find some rhythm, the guy starts to find some continuity again, and then he gets a week off. So that's best case scenario. But if that doesn't happen, just make it into the postseason. I mean, this team, it's so easy for all of us to forget because we went from the highest of highs, having a much better season, I think, than anybody expected the Sixers to have, trading away James Harden, bringing in a new coaching staff, all of that, right? And then from that just screeching halt, half the team gets injured. I mean, we don't often talk about DeAnthony Melton anymore, but D-Melt was a starter for the whole first half of the season,
Yeah.
too. And I think his injury has understandably been overshadowed by Joel's, but his has been huge, too. Robert Covington was our first guy off the bench. We'd go from D-Melt to Rocco, who was longer and really confused offenses because he was DeAnthony, but like 4 inches taller and longer. So I think at this point, just get into the playoffs any way you can. Hope that Joel and Tyrese are healthy. It sounds like Robert is going to be reevaluated in about a week, and it's going to start on-court activities. His return would be a boon for this squad. Having Kyle Lowry, I think, is going to help as well. And Buddy Hield and Campaign, in my opinion, have been really nice additions. I think Buddy's been pressing a little bit the last couple of games, trying to be more because he knows that the Sixers are without 61 points right now with no Joel and Tyrese. But, yeah, I mean, best case scenario, 6 seed, Joel is back, everyone is healthy. You get that week off between the end of the regular season and the first round. But hey, a lot of teams in both the Eastern and Western Conference would take the 10 spot, just getting a chance to play in the postseason. So I'd be okay with that this year, too.
I'll give you positivity again. I wouldn't mind a play-in tournament. How many times this year has the Sixers starting 5, if Joel Embiid comes back, the team that they're going to start in the playoffs, how many times have they been together this year? 0. Right? Because you're probably going to start a Kyle Lowry. You're going to start a Buddy Hield.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't mind some playing games for those guys to get used to each other. How do you like that?
See? Bob, I love the positivity this morning.
I'm here for you, Kate.
That was one thing Nick Nurse said before the game last night because somebody asked him about that. And he said, look, back in 2019, I think our starting 5 going into the playoffs in Toronto had played a total of 56 minutes together. And he said that worked out okay. So some teams are going to be clicking all season long, a la the Boston Celtics maybe, and maybe they have a great regular season and things come to a screeching halt in the postseason. I don't know if that's the case as a Sixer fan now. I certainly hope it is. But then there's going to be the teams like the Sixers who are scotch tape and glue stick and just figuring out a way to get in. And then, as you said, oh, wow, Buddy Hield is a really fun guy to have play alongside Joel Embiid. Oh, look, now Kyle Lowry is helping set Tyrese Maxey up. Man, these Sixers are suddenly unstoppable, and this is a whole lot of fun. So I like that positivity on a Thursday morning, Bob. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Looking at this roster with Nick Nurse, and one thing I've been impressed with is he constantly is throwing guys in there just to see what they got. So like last night, Jeff Downton gets like 20 something minutes. We've seen Turk Smith get a lot of run. Who's been someone that has really impressed you that you go, wow, they might have found something here?
Yeah, I think that, and after the game last night, Pat, I mean, Nick, I love that he's just open and honest as well. I wish other coaches in other sports, he said, yeah, man, looking back, he's looking down at the box score after the game and said, And I think maybe I should have played Jeff a little bit more because he did have such a good first half, and he looked calm and confident, not like somebody who just signed a two-way deal. He didn't have a good night last night, but Ricky Council IV has been a little bit of a bright spot for me. And granted, I don't think he's going to be that guy to play 30 minutes for you in a playoff game. But again, I always look for those guys who maybe literally 2 or 3 minutes in the playoffs, and you point to Ricky on the bench, and you say, all right, bro, I need 3 minutes. I need an offensive rebound and a putback for you, and I need a defensive stop. And if you do that, you're going to be my player of the game. And Ricky just seems to have that want to, in my opinion, which we've gotten to see a little bit more the last couple of weeks. He also obviously has the athleticism. I know he excited folks with that great yam on Friday night against the Charlotte Hornets. So that's been nice. And also, it's easy to forget about him because we focus on Buddy Hield, but the campaign edition, I've been pleasantly surprised with Cam as well. And he's been there before like Kyle. I mean, he had his best season just a few years ago when he was launching threes and getting steals with the Phoenix Suns, who he helped get all the way to the NBA Finals. And he was a key piece of that. I mean, he had his career-high numbers in that postseason run. So he's another guy who's not afraid of the moment, who's not afraid to contribute wherever that may be. Doesn't need to start. Just put me in, coach, and I'll show you that you made the right decision. So those are a couple of guys for me, Pat, who I think if the Sixers manage to sneak in or get in easily when it comes to the postseason, those guys could have moments.
Kate, last one here for you real quick. I wanted to ask you, of this new team that they do have, who do you think would benefit most when Joel Embiid gets back on the court of the guys that they have on the roster right now?
Oh, man. I think there's two guys, and I think this is shockingly an easy answer for me, Bob, which I don't have often because I love all the guys, but I think Buddy Hield and Tobias Harris. I know he is the first person that Sixers fans go to for whatever reason, whether it's the contract or something else, and they immediately go to Tobias and want to point fingers and yell. But I think that he has been so consistent when the Sixers have needed him when Joel and Tyrese are on the floor. He single-handedly helped them win that first round series last year in Brooklyn. I was flashing back to that when we were up in Brooklyn on Monday night, whenever the heck it was. But I think he is going to be helped considerably when Joel and Tyrese come back, and he's going to be able to play that three spot that he did so well in December and even earlier at the start of the season when we were all thinking, oh, my gosh, we don't need to trade for another superstar. This is our big three. We've got Joe, we've got Tyrese, we've got Tobias. This is awesome. And then Buddy Hield. I think anyone who's been watching the last couple of games, we know what a great spot-up shooter Buddy is. And he's also not bad off the dribble. But I think the last couple of games he's been pressing just a little bit because he knows the team needs more from him. But he isn't getting as many wide-open threes because he doesn't have a Joel or a Tyrese, right? So he doesn't have guys who have the gravity on the court to draw those double and triple teams. So I'm keeping the fingers crossed for those two guys, for Sixers fans, for everybody, that Tyrese hopefully comes back when he's ready, because we all know concussions are no joke and they can linger a lot longer than you want them to. So I'm hoping that Tyrese is maybe back in the next week plus. And then, again, hoping Joe comes back by the end of the month, because I think what we're seeing, the frustrating moments right now for Buddy and Tobias are going to completely disappear once those guys get back onto the floor.
Well, Kate, we appreciate you getting up early today after back-to-back games, and we wish you safe travels. We know you got a West Coast trip coming up. So safe travels out there, and do us all a favor and try to keep Allah out of trouble on the road, please.
Bob, that's never easy, but I try my best. Thanks for having me on, guys. Happy birthday, Pat.
Thanks, Kate. I'll see you at Ludacris.
Thanks so much, Kate. Kate Scott joining us here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Always love her insight. It's pretty cool when you pick up more knowledge being there every day than sometimes I think you even realize. So her matter-of-fact stuff that she even says to us is like us going, really? You got to absorb it. I know when you used to have me on when I was on the beat, I did feel that way sometimes, like, oh, my God, I'm talking way too much.
No, dude, you were great.
Oh, thank you.
No, you were a go-to for many reasons. Like, you would actually respond, and you were always – and Keith is the same way. Like, I don't know if it's something at the Daily News that you guys were told, but you guys were always very willing to either come on or be like, hey, I can't come on now, but what about this time? And then you come on and you give great insight, and it's like, doing this job now for as long as you have, that's what you want. Like, you want somebody that will just, go.
Yeah,
I'll step back. You give me the insight.
Yeah, it is. It is amazing, all of the knowledge that just comes so naturally out of Kate that we just absorb. So she joins us here all the time on The Fanatic, and we really greatly appreciate her
she's awesome.
getting up early this morning because back-to-backs suck, especially when there's travel involved. So hopefully she's going back and getting some more rest. Although, maybe not. She might be going to the store to get Pat something for his birthday. It is Pat Egan's birthday here at 97.5 The Fanatic.
Relax.
When we get back,
Relax.
we're not going to talk about Pat anymore, but we are going to talk about Howie Roseman. Where does he see this team, and how is he feeling about it? This is the John Kincade Show here at 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
A fourth quarter to forget. I'm Brendan Gunn, and this update is brought to you by the Bet Parks app. When you open up the Bet Parks app, you're in the zone. It's another chance to win big with all-day action. Plus, new users win your first $10 bet and get a $125 sports bonus bet back. You play for fun, you love to win, you bet, Bet Parks. Must be 21 and in Payer, New Jersey. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. After 3 quarters, the Sixers were leading the Memphis Grizzlies by 12 points. Then came the fourth quarter, where the team was outscored 34-16. The team battled without Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey, and Kyle Lowry, but ultimately lost 115-109. The Eagles made news yesterday when the team released cornerback Avonte Maddox, though the two sides remain open to a reunion, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter. The move saves the team around $2 million in salary cap space this offseason. One team is in the thick of the offseason while the other is in the final weeks of the preseason. ESPN's Buster Olney picked the Phillies to win this year's World Series yesterday, and he joined Andrew Salchunas yesterday to elaborate.
There's a lot more pressure on the Braves, who probably are the best regular season team. There's a lot more pressure on the Dodgers because of all the moves and all the money they spent during the wintertime. And I just feel like that the Phillies are going to wind up handling it better in October.
This update was also brought to you by Juicy Juice. Juicy Juice is 100% juice, which means no sugar added and no artificial sweeteners. Just the full fruit flavor that your kids love. Find Juicy Juice at your local retail grocery store. Info at juicyjuice.com. I'm Brendan Gunn. Breaking sports news all day, every day is here. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
When breaking sports news happens in Philly, we have you covered. Live updates, press conferences, inside perspective, and your reaction. This is 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
They say March comes in like a lion. Well, Window Nation is really coming in like a lion with a spectacular deal for you. Do you have those cracked, leaky windows that let the drafts in and out? Well, it's the perfect time to get new windows from Window Nation. How about this deal? Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. Plus, 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 24 months. That's 3 zeros if you're counting at home. So you buy 2 windows, you get 2 free, and that's an unlimited offer. Plus, 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 24 months. The windows are going to be installed in 1 day or less, and you're going to get the lifetime warranty, too. I love Window Nation. I love all the styles, all the colors. You can check them out at windownation.com where you do your window shopping. But take advantage of this great deal in March. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free.
Everybody relax.
Yeah, you didn't think we were going to celebrate as much as we are today.
I definitely did not.
And I know we have some bosses out there that are probably ears are bleeding because we're celebrating so much today. But guess what? March 7th only comes around once a year, and it's one of my favorite days because you came out of the birth canal on this day.
Thanks, Bobby.
And I am so happy to be a friend of yours.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Yeah. I don't have anything else to add.
Okay. No Jason Kelsey speech, huh?
No.
Okay.
I did what you all did, and I was born.
All right.
And, but I appreciate the
maybe
love.
you did it better than us. I don't know.
I mean, I
T-Dog
waited an
said
extra
that
long. I waited
you were
three
great.
plus weeks.
You did. She couldn't wait to have you, so.
Yeah.
So love celebrating our Pat Egan. Happy birthday to him today. Glenn in Wallingford. You want to talk a little Sixers action? What's going on, Glenn?
Hey, what's happening, guys? Happy birthday, Pat.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Hey, it's funny, and coming off the Dallas game, I was like, all right, let's keep this going. And then, obviously they're going to have struggles. They've struggled without Joel all season, right? But then you get Maxey hurt, and you're like, oh, man, they got to win the Memphis game. So that's the game you're looking through the schedule, and you're like, man, that's got to be a W. And then they poop the bed in the fourth quarter. And it's going to be hard for them not be in the playoff. Excuse me, in the extra round, right? So,
Right, the play-in. I think that's where they're going, Glenn. I really do. I think they're going to be a play-in team.
Sunday, I would have thought otherwise, though. So it's kind of amazing how 3-4 days things have changed. But I don't know. Hey, Bob, I just wanted to touch base. You had mentioned something a little bit earlier. It was kind of like a little throwaway comment. But, it made me think back, man. When you were talking about you would have, when you were younger and coming up with guys like Phil Jasner. And it's just amazing. Listen, I'm 51, so I've seen obviously sports, the way that sports is covered so differently now. But it kind of makes me sad that, that guys like that and Stan Hochman, I mean, these guys, it's just like, Bob, you're like kind of like one of the last guys who are kind of like those type of guys who are like these sports writers that were kind of like the stages of their sport and the sports industry. So it kind of made me sad that we don't have guys like that anymore, really, or far and few between, if we have any anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we were so blessed. Glenn, thanks so much for the call. Appreciate it. Hope you have a great rest of the day. We were so blessed as kids growing up with the names that Glenn said right there. Also with the Bill Lyons and the Ray Didingers and all those guys. We had such a great writing city. And then, I was fortunate enough to be able to come into the profession with the Daily News Sports Department was, and Pat, it's cool because you grew up reading us and a follower of it, and Daily News Live then coming to fruition. But the Daily News Sports Department was such a different thing in that not only did you have a great product that was out there, continuously voted one of the top sports papers in the country, and we were in a division that we didn't belong in. It was like, because of our circulation and the money that was put into us, we should have been like a less than a D3 school. We competed against D1 all the time in competition, and we're right there. And it was the greatest thing ever because the competition in our office was to be as good as, or if not better than, the people we worked with. So it was like you wanted to work, and you wanted to work better than everybody else. And if you weren't like that, you weren't part of the Daily News Sports Department. It's just the way it was. It was such a special time. And good words by Glenn and Pat. I love when you bring up when you were a kid, how much you loved grabbing the paper at high school, hiding the paper, like as you're listening to a lecture.
Didn't really hide from it. My teachers weren't a fan of that. Like I'm sitting front row and I'm reading the paper, and then when I had something to say in the class, I would close the paper up and raise my hand and then contribute, but I'd be back to the sports section. I remember you guys know, like I was on the, no shock to a lot of listeners out there. I was on the chess team at Doherty.
Yes, you are Catholic League champs.
Catholic League champs, along, by the way, with lacrosse team, which was the worst.
Yeah, goalie.
The worst team in lacrosse.
Not true.
League. No, we legitimately were the worst.
If you told me two things that Pat Egan did, those would be the last two things on my mind were lacrosse and chess.
I'm
very
Renaissance
surprised.
Man. I'm a Renaissance man, and I'm a freak athlete. And I'm an athlete in the mind with chess. And, rook to queen 8, mother, father. And then, on the lacrosse field, look, it didn't go well, but I was there. And I remember, like, throwing a kid off. Like, I realized I was throwing him off his game. We played LaSalle in a match, and I was reading the paper during the match. Like,
Pat was that guy.
The kid's
He's
there from
in his
LaSalle.
head.
Like, his parents are paying $20K a year for him to attend. He's got his, like, notepad, and he's, like, charting the game.
You punked that kid.
And I'm sitting there, and I'm like, I don't have time for you to spend 45 minutes picking a move. Like, I'll read this article on Andre Iguodala, and, in the future. So I was sitting there reading, and he'd make a move, and I'd close up the paper and make a move, and I completely threw him off his game, but it was because of the Daily News. Like,
that's awesome.
I'm convinced this kid was floored because he had never played somebody that just. I didn't really care. I mean, it was like I was either going to win or lose. Wasn't the end of the world to me, but for him, I got a feeling that he went home and had
Yeah, I mean, it would get in my head if some guy's reading the paper right across from me as I'm trying to play my heart out in chess.
Yeah. By the way, won that game. Won it. Yep. Threw him off his game.
I'll bet you that kid never recovered.
He probably hasn't.
I hope he's not hearing this right now. It's probably bringing back haunting memories.
It's probably a lot like T.J. McConnell with that game-winning shot. T.J. never recovered. I think it's safe to say that, right?
Yeah, okay.
He's getting
just
like
for the
$9
sake of the
million,
story, we'll go with it. Yeah.
No, but like, I loved grabbing the Daily News and reading all those guys, and you do take for granted the legendary writers that you grow accustomed to reading. And to Glenn's point, I do think we have really good writers in this town still. I mean, and ones that write for the paper, like Jeff McClain, I think does an unbelievable job with the Eagles beat. I think Keith Pompey does a really, really good job with the Sixers beat. They've had a lot of turnover recently, and they're trying to go to a digital age and get younger and all that. But yeah, you were one of the guys, man, that like you just grew up with knowing the name, reading about, and gaining that trust of the fan base. And but I do think we still have that in a large part of the city.
Yeah. It's we are fortunate to have grown up in this city and have what we've had as far as sports go. Like we talked about yesterday, where are we as a sports city right now in the 20s? And you guys came up with 2 positive responses. So I wanted to ask you, we've been trying to get this for a while now. Howie Roseman, honest question to you. I feel like he's a little bit itchy. I feel like he's sitting with the foot shaking and, like, all right, I got to do something. I got to do something. Maybe I'm wrong. It's been kind of quiet. I mean, all you've had is they told Hassan Reddick to go ahead if you want to try to find a trade partner. I think Howie kind of is in the he's sitting in the higher seat on that one. I think it'll come back and it'll go the way he wants it to go. So he's okay there. They released yesterday Avonte Maddox with maybe the thought of bringing him back. But I just feel like big move. I feel like a lot of moves are coming out of this. How do you think he's feeling right now, Patton? What do you see coming in the not-too-distant future for the Eagles?
I do hope Avonte Maddox does come back. I think he plays a really important role for this team. I think the next thing has to be Hassan Reddick. And I'm not talking trade. We asked Shefty yesterday, and he said, does a 2 and a 5 or a 3 and a 6? No, because you're not replacing that.
No.
You're not replacing that, and it's a team that already doesn't have a pass rush. I mean, they completely, for the first time in my life, I think, they didn't have a rotation at D end. It was just like you basically had the 2 guys, and that was it. And every once in a while, you'd see Nolan Smith out there, but he was lining up at linebacker, and that didn't work. And
Dude, we talk about BG. He's had an Eagles Hall of Fame career. It took him all of 11 years to get the double-digit sacks one time. Hassan Reddick's done it in back-to-back years. His only 2 years here.
It's not easy, man, and not at all. And so I think they need to get a deal done. There's no excuse, in my opinion, to not get a deal done. The cap is going up. You already have cap space. You're creating more of it with these cuts. What is the excuse of not bringing them back?
Maybe that's the prelude to it.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I would think that saving $2 million isn't going to be the be-all, end-all with bringing Hassan Reddick back. But, like, what are we doing right now?
Not only that, if you renegotiate the contract, the cap hit that is now the number 1 on the team with $21 million, that's going to come down. It's not going to go up.
Yeah.
Push some to the back end, do what you got to do. But if you handle this offseason correctly, you're right back to it in the NFC Championship game contending for a Super Bowl. You have $45 million in cap space and counting and 4 top 100 picks. Go out there and get it done. This is what we praise Howie for.
Yeah.
He's been able to build 2 Super Bowl teams through the offseason. And in turn, a team nobody thought could go to a Super Bowl in the offseason prior. Next thing you know, they're there, favorites in it, win one, favorites in the other, should have won the other one. Go out there and do it. He has the most space he's had since, I think, 2012, the Eagles with this year's cap space.
Now, the counter to that, and if John was here, he would say, well, why? I mean, they're bidding against themselves, really. They already gave him the option to go out. He clearly didn't find what he wanted. And now my fear is we don't know. Like, we don't know that he didn't find what he wanted. They could be working on a trade right
Is
now.
it what he wants or what the Eagles want?
I guess both. I mean, he would get paid.
Eagles can
obviously.
say no.
He would get paid an extension, and then but the Eagles could obviously go, yeah, it's not, the compensation isn't worth it.
Right.
Yeah, but when we talked to Schefter about the A.J. Brown trade, he started hearing that on, like, Wednesday. I mean, and he gets traded on Thursday, the next day. Like, all of a sudden, a team goes, you know what? Yeah, screw it. Like, we reevaluated it, and, we don't need this pick or whatever. John's going with the idea of, well, Hassan Reddick has overvalued himself. I'm going with the sky is falling Chicken Little plan of, no, I don't want to see him go. Let's stop pussyfooting around here. Zip up your flies and end this pissing contest and just pay the guy because he deserves the money.
You're not replacing that. You have a Josh
you're not.
Sweat who did what the last 2 months of the season? He had a sack in the Cowboys game at home, and then you never heard his name again besides some offsides and lining up in the neutral zone.
You're playing chicken with the wrong guy to play chicken with because, well, you have leverage. He's signed to another year of his contract, and he's not a free agent. Yes, you have that leverage. He also has leverage. Because who are you replacing him with?
People want him, and it's kind of similar to the Zach Wheeler contract.
Yeah.
Pay him for what he did already, and he's still going to continue to get you double-digit sacks. You got to deal the first time, pay up a little bit now. It's not like you're going over the mark. You're not paying him Myles Garrett money.
And by the way, he has been an upstanding member of the organization in terms of, like, he could have made this way more public than he wanted to.
I agree with you on that.
Like, he comes into camp. He gets asked about it by the media. He doesn't bring it up. He gets asked about it. He says all the right things. Yes, I'd like a new contract. I'm sure we'll discuss it, but I'm not going to discuss it through you guys. And, I hope it gets done. Okay, season goes along. We don't hear hide nor hair about it. And then it gets brought up again. And he goes on Twitter and clarifies, like, look, I didn't ask for a trade. We're negotiating, and they said, look, if you want to go try to fight. I didn't ask for that.
Not only did he
wants to
say
come back.
Exactly. Not only did he say I don't want to trade, he says I want to be here. This is my hometown team. It's been a dream to play in my hometown team's uniform. But it's been the best 2 most fun seasons of my career.
Yeah, but at some point, like, you want to be here, but you also need affirmation that you are that guy, and that comes with your paycheck. And I'm sure he's willing to take a little bit less to stay in Philly, but he still wants to get paid as one of the highest, defensive ends in the league, and he deserves that because he's been one of the best defensive ends in the league. His ability to get to the quarterback one-on-one is incredible.
So your guys, and correctly so, are like, all right, let's go. Your guys' thought is, let's go, get this Hassan Reddick thing done, which makes it seem like Howie's sitting back. You want him to be more proactive. I have a feeling he's antsy, though. Am I wrong? Like, and I'm not just talking about the Reddick thing. I think he's antsy to do stuff with this team. I think he's antsy to add things, to hit the free agent market, to do all these things. Do you guys feel differently than that?
I feel the same way as you. My issue is I don't want to see Hassan Reddick become cashed out, right? You go and spend your money somewhere else, and then you don't have it for him. I want him here because I do believe how he's going to go out there and get some upper tier free agents in here. And I don't know if we'll have the money for Hassan Reddick after that. That's why I want him to get that done first and then move on to the outside.
I don't want – my big fear is Howie Roseman sitting there, and I think I brought it up last week or a little bit earlier this week, is having a Stacey Andrews Day 2.0. Because if you remember that horrid day, Stacey Andrews Day, Stacey Andrews gets signed by the Eagles, high-priced guard. Obviously, he's Sean Andrews' brother. And the big story was not that they had signed Stacey Andrews. The big story was you just let Dawkins go. And no reporter gave a rat's ass about Stacey Andrews. And every question was about Dawkins, and they tried to go, like, Andy, and I don't blame him for doing this, but he tried to go, hey, this is Stacey's day. I don't want another Stacey Andrews day where you end up letting Hassan Reddick go, you end up letting him walk. You sign some right guard that we all have to Google because no one's breaking down offensive line tape, and it becomes, hey, guys, this is so-and-so's day. This we're not talking about. We'll talk about Hassan later. This is so-and-so. No, like, what are we doing? And that's my fear is Howie Roseman at times can get a little too cocky with, yeah, I can just find another. And he needs to recognize that sometimes you can't.
Yeah.
And when you have a guy, not to cut you off, but when you have a guy that is putting up numbers that I haven't seen since Trent Cole, and before that it was some dude named Reggie, this is a dumb game of chicken we're playing.
He's the best defensive end slash on-ball linebacker I've seen in my lifetime of getting sacks. Like, I've never seen a guy get to the quarterback like that. Double-digit sacks his first year here. He should have been Defensive Player of the Year the Super Bowl season in my mind. He was much better than a Myles Garrett and a Bosa that year too. So I don't know why they're playing hardball with him. And then we're going to have to deal with, the bootlickers of the Eagles calling in every day and saying like, oh, why is this guy asking for more money? He should go out and sign the contract that he agreed to originally, like some people always say. No, the guy worked his ass off to get where he is. He played on a cheaper deal the first time here. Yeah, because he didn't quite live up to his draft projection prior in Arizona and Carolina. But he came in here, and he's become an all-pro. Like, just pay the guy what he's worth. He's not asking for Myles Garrett money. He's not asking for Nick Bosa money. He just wants his fair value. Give it to him.
Yeah.
I don't know what.
It's getting to be time.
Because like, if you let Fletcher Cox go, we all go, that's a shame. All-time great. We'd like to see him back here. He's still very productive, a lot like Jason Kelsey. Like, he can still play. But I understand it because you drafted Jordan Davis, you drafted Jalen Carter, you set up a contingency plan. This is not that. And my fear would be, and I don't mean to put them in the same realm because one's a Hall of Famer and an all-time great, but, when the Eagles let Dawkins go, their contingency plan was like C.J. Gaddis and Macho Harris. And it was rough.
Virginia Tech legend, Macho Harris.
Yeah. I think he's still playing in Calgary for the Stampeders, and I'm not kidding with that. I looked it up probably like 6 months ago. Like that was your contingency plan. Oh, we can let him go. He's cooked. Sean Considine, and it was like, what are we doing here? And it took them years to get a competent safety, and that guy was Malcolm Jenkins.
Yeah,
which is it's one of the good moves that Chip made. I don't want to be sitting there for 6 years going, where's the double-digit sack?
Rush?
Yeah, where's the guy coming from? And Howie Roseman convincing us, we got this guy who had 4 and this guy who had 6.
Our
and
whole
this guy
defense
had 3
is predicated on getting to the quarterback.
Exactly.
We don't rush anybody. Our whole defense is getting to the quarterback.
Maybe it changes with Vic Fangio. We shall see. Maybe he has a word in to Howie like, no, I need him back. But
I'm sorry, Bob, because I'm getting very animated. With
you
this
are.
topic.
You're going on a long time, and we have other things to do. But go ahead. I'm teasing you.
Your
Go
birthday
ahead.
or is it mine?
Huh? Oh, he went there. Well, let me just real quick tell people that the 9 a.m. hour is brought to you by the Bagster. Dumpster in a bag, get yours today, Home Depot and Lowe's. For details, go to Bagster.com.
I was going to say.
I'm ready.
I still can't get over the fact that Tweedledee and Tweedledum, Patricia and Desai, took a pass rush that had 70 sacks, and and Eric Simon from our promotion department cringes every time I say it. They neutered him.
Why does he cringe at neutered?
Because I don't think he wants to think about that, and I don't blame him as a guy.
Okay.
It is a little uncomfortable. But how? And if you take Hassan Reddick out of it, you're going to go from 70 sacks in a year to 2 years later, you're lucky to get 30? Let's stop being stupid here, Howie. Just pay the man.
Yeah, I agree with you. You have to have Hassan Reddick back.
Teddy KGB, pay that man his money.
Yeah, bring back the best player you have on the defense that wound up being awful. You know what's not awful, Pat? Don't you do it. 97.5 The Fanatic Knockout Tournament. That's right. It's back. It's starting on Monday. That's right, this Monday. Listen for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Sixers take on the Clippers on Wednesday, March 27th. And then, after the game, you get to head to the court to battle your favorite Fanatic hosts in Knockout.
Except Bob.
That's right. Visit 975thefanatic.com for complete details and another chance to win. It's all presented by Ferguson HVAC, your Delaware Valley Train Heating and Air Conditioning distributor. Visit Train, that's TRANE.com, to find a dealer near you. So it's been a wonderful birthday for you so far, Pat.
Yeah, it's been good.
Oh, God, and we're adding a little bit more to it. Happy birthday, Patrick.
You can just put it.
MBG
so
has brought in a cake that she made last night.
Totally
It
unnecessary.
looks like, it may look store-bought, but it's not.
That's homemade?
Yes.
When I saw you carrying that earlier, I thought it was from, like, the Acme. That looks incredible.
Well, the sticker on it might say Acme, but I'm going with homemade. All right, so
I just got
Patrick,
what I wanted. I got a hug from my...
A hug from Andrew. I didn't even get a hello from Andrew. You get a full-fledged hug.
My coworker, my former neighbor, not friend, Andrew Selchunas.
Hi, Andy.
So,
Good to
thanks.
see you.
This is...
Yes, you're welcome. Sorry, we looked for people and nobody was out there.
It's a good sign that when John had his birthday, 45 people showed up. I have mine and I get 4 people.
John wasn't here for his birthday.
And one of them's Dylan to film it, so he doesn't. Thanks, Bill. Thanks,
Yeah.
Bill. We got
See?
one.
They're all
We
coming
got
out
one.
for you now,
Yeah,
Pat.
Dylan's sitting there like, when can I get out of here? So,
Yeah.
No, this is very nice, guys. Totally unnecessary. Now I got glitter all over my headphones. But
If we only
good
had
problem
like,
to have. Good problem. to
Yeah, if we only had like a knife and plates, it'd be cool. We'd have you cut the cake.
have. I only got a few more good years left, so this is.
I thought that was
appreciated.
me.
No. With my crazy lifestyle and the partying habits that I do,
And the federal donuts that you consume.
the grenadine that's flowing through these veins. I think it's probably about 2 years.
So in a
Give or
shirt,
take.
grenadine, do you just drink that straight?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I just down it, by the bottle. I got an accident in my car. I had to drop it off at the shop, and I told the guys, hey, there's beer in the back. You can have that. There's grenadine in the front. You can't have that.
You have beers in the back of your car,
Yeah,
and
I'm
you're
always-
telling strangers you never told your pup up.
Yeah.
What the hell, man?
I would have done it after this, but I didn't know you liked me that much. So I was waiting. I was waiting for other friends.
I went to the store yesterday for you, and you can't offer me a beer?
And that's why I'm saying, like, we can get beers now.
Wow. All right.
Yeah.
I don't care.
I mean,
sounds good to me.
Thanks, guys.
All right, so
Appreciate it.
way to go, Patrick. So proud of you on your 35th birthday. Nice of your mom, T-Dog, to come and drop off some goodies.
Yeah, she's cool.
Yeah, we got a little cake action going on,
Got a
some
bunch of
decorations.
tweets from
All right,
listeners
so
and
what's protocol here? Do we have to clean all this decoration up, or do we leave it there so everybody, Andrew following us, and then the best show ever with Tyrone, Ricky, and Jennifer? Like, can we leave it here so they all acknowledge, oh, what's this for? Oh, it's Pat's birthday, or do we have to clean it up?
No, we got to clean it up.
Really?
I'll tell you now. If we don't clean it up, there will be a very stern-toned email from engineering about glitter
Oh,
getting
yeah,
into the board.
they get
So,
mad at stuff like that,
yeah,
don't they?
and they're
Just got to
awesome.
turn it off and on if glitter gets in it. Everyone knows
Look,
that.
They're awesome, but yeah, we got to clean this up.
Should we put in a ticket for glitter? Can we do that or no?
Yeah, we probably There's a glitter problem. Could you imagine if glitter broke the mic and we couldn't turn it on? That would be
Yeah,
bad.
that would.
So yeah, we got to clean up. But you guys seriously went above and beyond. I really do appreciate it. I knew MBG knew it was my birthday. I did not know that you knew it was my birthday.
Pat, I sent her a text last night. We were going back and forth about stuff, and I said, I'm actually really excited for tomorrow.
Bob told me last week.
I try to keep this stuff quiet because I'm not really.
You're not that guy.
I'm not that guy. It's something about this chair that has you saying that. Ooh, just cursed. But Bob's.
There you go. All right. Here, put on the damn hat that I bought for you, will you?
All
Jeez.
right, I'll take
Actually,
the-
I went to Burger King yesterday. Go through the drive-thru because MBG calls Pat King, and today being his birthday, she's like, "Oh, we got to get him a King's crown." And I'm like, I don't know if the store I'm going to is going to have that. She goes, "Just stop at Burger King." So I stop at Burger King, and they're like, "Yeah, no, we can't just hand them out." And I'm
They
like,
can't give you
just
a
hand 'em
paper
out?
crown?
I was like, it's my grandson's birthday. He wanted a crown. And she's like, well, you got to buy something. I'm like, I
No
don't want
way.
to buy anything. I just want a crown.
When I was a kid, they used to just have them lined up
Yeah.
outside, and
Yeah,
you would
they
pick
were-
them up yourself.
Oh,
You
I
know,
used
we're
to
living
roll
in
in
tough
and-
times.
Oh yeah, no, it's inflation's hit the kingdom for sure.
Yeah.
I used to roll into like the 7th grade dance wearing a crown, naming myself prom king, and
As
now
you
now you
should.
gotta buy something. Tough, man. But I appreciate the sentiment.
You're welcome.
Yeah,
I was up for Morp King my freshman year.
What's Morb King?
We didn't have Morp King.
What's
What?
Morb King?
Figure it out. We didn't have a prom when we were freshmen. What's prom spelled backwards?
That is so dumb.
So each homeroom had to vote one boy to get voted for Morp King. I didn't win, but I won in my homeroom.
We didn't have prom king and queen. In all honesty, at Doherty, we didn't do it.
I don't remember if we did or not. I remember one of our
We had it
proms.
at my high school, but it was always like my high school was full of a bunch of like nerds, so it was always the opposite of the prototypical jock winning, prom
Yeah.
king.
Actually, I love those stories. Like the
I
quiet
thought it was
reserved
cool.
kid winning. I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't mean nerds in a bad way. I just mean my high school's not the prototypical high school where
Yeah, I mean you can't.
the hot girl and the jock won it all every year.
Yeah.
We were at lunch the other day, and one of the guys pulled out a picture from the prom. How crazy is it that at the table at our prom were the exact same guys 40 years later that are having lunch together at the local PJs, except one because he passed away, so he dogged us a little
Yeah,
bit.
I love the fact you're like lifelong friends with your buddies.
It's funny, isn't
cool,
it?
man. It's
Like I
cool.
told you the other day, my wife found my scrapbook or whatever. So it was sitting up on the table, and last night Jenna's boyfriend's over, so he flipped through it, and he reads like one of the things. He's like, "Oh wow, look at this!" And I look down, And it's like literally the lead to the story, Pat. Don Roccabaldo and Bob Cooney led the Irish, and I'm like, that's so funny. That's from 1983, and here we are sitting on a radio station talking about rock all the time, and like it's it's a cherished thing, and I'm a lucky person. That's
if
what
I
I'll
got
say.
married today, my best man would be Dylan McKinnon, D-Train, because I just don't have.
That's a good
I don't
one.
have that.
Not Bob, not Papa.
Bob would be in the wedding party as you would be as well.
I appreciate it,
but I just don't have those lifelong friends.
Well, some of us are luckier. I'm not saying that you're not lucky because it's your birthday. You got 2 wonderful kids, a beautiful wife, and a great mother. All of those, yes, you do. So listen, we want to thank you. We want to thank you for joining us here on Pat's birthday today, John Kincade Show. Yeah, we know we were all over the place a little bit today, but guess what? When you have a best friend and a grandson and all that stuff that's celebrating a birthday, sometimes those things happen. We will be back.
Thank you, Pop.
You're welcome, grandson. I'm looking for something and I can't find it. We will be back here tomorrow, John Kincade Show, same group. Hope you have a great rest of the day, a great Thursday. And I have to tell you to remember to support life-saving cancer research. Join me and our generous partners, Paul B. Moyer & Sons, in making a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research today at 975thefanatic.com/AACR. Cancer research, it does save lives. Pat, have a great rest of the day, great birthday. Everybody else out there, have fun today. Be nice to each other. That's always fun to do. And we'll see you back here tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. Stay tuned for Andrew South Junis.
Fanatic Sports Update.
A fourth quarter collapse. I'm Brendan Gunn, and this update is brought to you by